everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
COTE, Sōsuke Aizen, the poet, Chapter 44 to 58, Chapter 44 After School, in the student council room. It used to be an unbearably stifling place, filled with the sticky malice radiating from the new student council president, Miyabi Nagumo, and the nasty pressure meant to isolate me. But now, the atmosphere had changed slightly. Nagumo, the numbers on this document seem a little off. For someone who calls himself the student council president, overlooking such a basic mistake is rather careless. Perhaps you should broaden your perspective a bit more. Shut up, Kiryuin. Just do your own damn work. I was merely giving you advice, and this is the attitude I get. Well, fine. I'll fix it for you. The free-spirited second year, Fuka Kiryuin, toyed with Nagumo while wearing a relaxed smile, silver hair swaying elegantly. Nagumo clicked his tongue with veins bulging on his forehead. Beside him, Tanakawa and Mizawaki, the new secretaries and Nagumo's lackeys, had become as quiet as borrowed cats, completely intimidated by Kiryuin's overwhelming competence and overpowering presence. Oh ho ho. Thanks to Kiryuin-senpai constantly stealing Nagumo's attention and hostility, the amount of annoying harassment directed at me has dropped dramatically. I cheerfully celebrated inside my head while processing paperwork at terrifying speed. Because Nagumo bothered me less now, my efficiency had risen even further. My assigned approvals are complete. The rest may descend into chaos as it pleases. I placed the neatly organized stack of documents on the desk and stood gracefully. You're already done. As expected of Aizen-kun. I'm almost finished too, so wait for me. Ichino's happily continued moving her pen. Ignoring Nagumo's irritated glare on our backs, we quickly left the student council room and headed for the classroom where our study group was being held. Preparations for the paper shuffle exam were progressing steadily. The preliminary mini-tests had already ended, and the school had announced the official pairings. Thanks to Ichino's precise score adjustment instructions, high-performing students and low-performing students had been paired together perfectly, creating ideal combinations. From this point onward, the main focus was improving each pair's combined score to safely exceed the expulsion line of 700 points, while also creating exam questions to use against the opposing Class B. As for this math question, I've embedded a subtle poison into the standard formula to trip up Class B. It's an application problem designed to confuse their perspective. What do you think? Kanzaki showed the problem sheet he had created to me and Hiyori. I think it's good. It's not impossibly hard, but it's exactly difficult enough that you can't solve it without understanding the basics. Ichino's gave it her enthusiastic approval. The question creation for the target Class B was being led mainly by the intellectual team of Kanzaki and Hiyori, producing nasty borderline difficulty questions that would barely pass teacher inspection. Meanwhile, I moved between classmates teaching one another in pairs, accurately explaining difficult points with Hiyori translating for me. Everything was going smoothly. Class A's unity was becoming stronger day by day. That day's study session also progressed productively in a positive atmosphere before we finally disbanded. Later, after returning to my room, taking a shower, and relaxing on the sofa, my phone suddenly vibrated on the table. Who could it be? Looking at the screen, I saw an unregistered number labeled unknown caller. Slightly suspicious, I answered anyway. Who is this? Oh, you picked up. Sorry for calling out of nowhere, Aizen. The voice coming from the speaker was frivolous, yet somehow gave the impression of hiding its true intentions. That voice. Right, one of Sakayanagi's classmates. One of her executives. Where did you get my number? I'm Masayoshi Hashimoto from Class 1B. I got your contact from Kushida-chan in Class D a while back. That girl knows practically every first year's number, and she's friendly enough to hand them out without complaint. Very convenient. Kushida from Class D. That two-faced social butterfly would probably smile and share anyone's contact information if asked. A terrifying information network. I'll get straight to the point. Want to meet outside for a bit? Depends on the reason. It's about a mutually beneficial deal regarding future class warfare. I don't think it's a bad offer. A deal, huh? Well, I suppose I can at least hear him out. After agreeing, I headed to the location Hashimoto specified, a dimly lit area behind the special building, hidden from security cameras. Cold night wind blew through the back of the special building. In the darkness untouched by streetlights, Masayoshi Hashimoto waited while leaning against the wall. Sorry for calling you out so late, Aizen. Appreciate you coming. Hashimoto raised a hand with a casual grin. Skip the preamble. State your business. At my cold prompting, Hashimoto checked the surroundings before lowering his voice. Hey, don't be so cautious. I just wanted to establish a personal connection with you, the brains of Class A and the vice president of the student council. A connection? I'm sort of an information broker. Interested in any useful intel. For example, the exam questions Class B is planning to use in the paper shuffle. Hashimoto proposed this shamelessly, completely unfazed. Not a bad offer, right? Even I'm taking a risk betraying my class like this. I instantly analyzed his intentions. Is this Sakayanagi's trap? Feed us fake questions to ensure Class B wins the paper shuffle? No, that's not it. His eyes are serious. He genuinely wants to get close to me. Which means his true goal is obvious: build goodwill with us so that one day he can be poached into Class A. Even if Sakayanagi catches him, he can claim he was only feeding fake information to mislead us. A cunning two-layered strategy. But Ichinos firmly believes that people should overcome hardships and grow in order to deserve special privileges. Winning through dirty information trading wouldn't contribute to the class growth she wants. I organized my thoughts and prepared to firmly reject his petty proposal. Do you believe muddy fruit belongs upon a king's table? The royal path we walk has no need for filthy honey spilled by others. Translation: sorry, but it goes against Ichinos' policy. We don't need information gained through underhanded tactics. Faced with my calm yet overwhelmingly oppressive words, Hashimoto unconsciously stepped back, shoulders trembling. In the darkness of night, my eyes must have appeared to glow coldly. His face stiffened. I don't really understand what you're saying, but negotiations are off, huh? Still, I'm not giving up. I'll contact you again sometime. This guy really is walking a dangerous tightrope just for self-preservation. Feeling slightly sorry for him, I decided to offer a warning. He probably thinks he's being clever, but there's no way Sakayanagi Arisu wouldn't notice something this shady. She's exactly the type who shows no mercy to traitors. And if spying becomes rampant, the school's intended class competition system would collapse. At that point, they might create an exam specifically designed to eliminate traitors from within each class. Has he even considered that risk? Looking down at Hashimoto, I spoke coldly. Poison upon the board will one day rot the feet of the one who spread it. To believe you can deceive the White Queens, gaze that very foolishness tightens the noose around your own neck. Before looking to the heavens, watch the mud beneath your feet. Translation: Sakayanagi will probably notice what you're doing. I think you should stop acting like a spy. Hashimoto's eyes widened, teeth grinding audibly. Remember this well. Visible betrayal is trivial. The truly terrifying betrayal is the kind you cannot see. At my quiet yet chilling warning, Hashimoto's face twitched before he hurriedly fled the scene. Back in my room, I took a bottle of mineral water from the fridge and drank while thinking quietly to myself. Well, graduating from Class A guarantees admission into your desired university or employment at major corporations. With a privilege like that, it's no surprise some people would resort to betrayal by any means necessary. I sank into the sofa and thought about my own future. Come to think of it, even if I graduate from Class A and obtain those privileges, there's no way I could ever function in a normal company job, right? Even if Class A privileges somehow forced a major corporation to hire me, if my boss ever said, "Hey Aizen, make some copies of these." I'd probably respond with, "You dare give orders to me? Know your own insignificance." There was no future where I wouldn't get fired within 3 days. Yeah, impossible. As long as I'm cursed like this, I could never work as a cog in some organization. After graduation, my only real options are starting my own business, or becoming an investor using my Aizen-level intellect. I let out a slightly self-deprecating smile. Well, maybe that kind of freedom wouldn't be so bad. More importantly, if people like Hashimoto are already making moves, students from classes C and D might also approach us later, offering to act as spies in exchange for being recruited into classes someday. I should discuss a proper policy with Ichinos soon. Thinking about tomorrow's plans, I quietly closed my eyes. The next day after school. After the study session ended, I invited Ichinos and Hiyori to my room for dinner. Tonight's menu was pan-fried autumn salmon with lemon butter sauce, rich mushroom potage, colorful warm vegetable salad. The salmon skin is so crispy while the meat stays fluffy and tender. Aizen-kun, you're seriously amazing at cooking. The mushroom potage has such deep flavor too. I'm glad it suits your tastes. Watching the two of them happily enjoying my cooking healed my soul completely. After the meal ended and Hiyori skillfully prepared post-dinner Darjeeling tea, I finally brought up the main topic. I'll hide Hashimoto's name, and even the fact that someone approached me. No need to create unnecessary confusion. I'll ask as a hypothetical situation instead. I set down my teacup and looked seriously at Ichinos. Ichinos. Suppose there existed a wretched soul who sought to purchase personal safety by selling the souls of others from the shadows of this game board. If someone offered us the poison known as information in exchange for a ticket to the throne of light, how would you judge such a board? Ichinos blinked blankly. Beside her, Hiyori smiled softly and translated my poem. He means, suppose a student from another class offered to leak information about their own class in exchange for earning favor and eventually being recruited into Class A in the future. What would you think about such a proposal, Honami-chan? The moment she heard Hiyori's translation, the bright smile disappeared from Ichinos' face, replaced with a pained expression. You're right. If someone desperately wanted to graduate with Class A privileges, there probably would be people willing to choose methods like that. Holding her teacup with both hands, she spoke quietly. What you're asking is whether we would accept that deal, use the information to exploit another class's weaknesses, and eventually recruit that student once we had enough points. Don't think that's right. Ichinos raised her head and looked at me and Hiyori with clear, unwavering eyes. Leaking information means betraying your classmates, doesn't it? I don't want to win that way. Even if we obtained Class A privileges through cowardly tactics like that, I think those students would fail once they entered society after graduation. I believe students only become truly worthy of special privileges by overcoming hardships together as a class and genuinely growing stronger. Then she clenched her fist tightly. And if our class ever manages to save up 20 million points together, I'd want those points reserved as a safety net to protect our classmates if someone was ever about to be expelled. Not for recruiting students from other classes but to make sure nobody in Class A gets left behind. Her words were filled with deep love for her classmates and the unwavering resolve of a true leader. I agree with Honami-chan. I want everyone in Class A to graduate together with smiles on our faces. Hiyori nodded warmly. She truly is the perfect leader. In a school overflowing with betrayal and calculation, she still believes in her classmates with absolute sincerity. I'll protect this class with everything I have. Deeply moved, I decided to reinforce her resolve further by presenting a harsh possibility. Your choice is exceedingly rational. One day, those who pretend to rule this garden will likely impose a merciless trial meant to purge the poison disrupting the board. A ritual of unavoidable purification, where students are forced to judge traitors hidden among their own comrades. Translation: I completely agree. And if spying and betrayal become too common, the school's class competition system would collapse. So eventually, the school might create a special exam specifically designed to expose and expel traitors from within each class. That's why saving points to prevent expulsions is absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Hiyori widened her eyes sharply. An exam where students must expel traitors themselves. I can't imagine anyone in class betraying us, but if the school system forced a situation where someone absolutely had to be expelled, then yes, saving points really would be essential. Though briefly frightened, Hiyori quickly understood the logic behind my prediction and carefully relayed it to Ichino's. He says, I completely agree. If spying becomes rampant, the competition system itself stops functioning, so the school may eventually create a special exam forcing classes to expose and expel traitors. That's why saving points for emergencies is absolutely necessary. An exam where we choose someone from our own class to expel. Ichino's face turned pale at the horrifying possibility. That's awful. I absolutely don't believe anyone in our class would betray each other. Aizen-kun might be right. Knowing how this school operates, they really might force something that extreme just to preserve the system. She tightly gripped her knees with trembling hands. But soon, determination returned to her eyes. Thank you, Aizen-kun. Your warning helped strengthen my resolve even more. If a terrifying exam like that ever happens, where we're forced to choose someone for expulsion, then we absolutely need to keep saving class points so nobody has to leave. The unwavering radiance of your light shall illuminate the path we walk. I will protect that noble resolve until the very end. Translation, that's the spirit. I'll support you with everything I've got. He says, that's the spirit. I'll support you completely. Thank you, Hiyori-chan. And thank you too, Aizen-kun, for telling me something so important. With Hiyori's perfect translation, Ichino's bright smile bloomed once more like a flower. Wrapped in the warm aroma of tea, the three of us deepened our bond even further, strengthening our unity for the next special exam. Chapter 45, 2,506 words. The special exam known as Paper Shuffle, a total of 8 subjects spread across 2 days had finally begun. The first morning. First period. In the silent classroom, only homeroom teacher Chie Hashinomiya's voice, and the dry rustling sound of test papers being distributed echoed through the room. All right then, begin the exam. Everyone, do your best so you don't get expelled. At Hashinomiya's signal, the students all flipped over their test sheets at once, and the classroom filled with the frantic scratching of pens. The paper placed before me had been created by Class B, the intellectual elite led by Arisa Sakayanagi, our opponents for this exam. Well then. Let's see what Sakayanagi can do. I picked up my mechanical pencil and calmly scanned the entire test. I couldn't help but admire it internally. As expected of Sakayanagi. She didn't just make the questions difficult. The first half is packed with dummy problems designed to waste huge amounts of time and make people panic. Then the word problems in the middle are layered with traps that only students with perfect understanding of the fundamentals can avoid. It's a parade of maliciously crafted questions. She clearly designed this while calculating how the middle and lower-tier students in our class would lose track of time and panic. This is going to be a rough battle. While honestly acknowledging the enemy commander's brilliance, I looked back down at the paper. Though none of it works on me. I lowered my pencil to the page and began filling in the answers without the slightest hesitation. With the brainpower granted by the so-called Aizen specs, a mere high school exam was child's play no matter how many traps were hidden inside. The moment I read a question, the answer appeared in my head instantly. All that remained was the simple mechanical task of writing it down. While the students around me sweated nervously and wrestled with the problems, only my pencil continued moving through the classroom at an absurd speed. First subject complete. Even including reviewing my answers that only took 10 minutes. I set my pencil down and waited for the bell while staring out at the winter sky with boredom. That brutal cycle repeated itself over the course of 2 days, and at last, all 8 exams were over. Ugh, it's finally over. My brain feels like it's smoking. I totally gave up and randomly filled in the last part of the math exam. The moment the final bell rang, exhausted sighs mixed with relief spread throughout the classroom. Ichino stood at the front of the room and addressed everyone warmly. Everyone, thank you for all your hard work over these 2 days. Make sure to get some good rest today. After school. As I packed my bag, I reviewed my schedule for the day in my head. Since today was the final day of the exams, student council work is cancelled. Not having to see Nagumo's face is honestly refreshing. Since we got out early, maybe I should just head back to the dorms and play games. My gaze naturally drifted toward the silver-haired girl carefully putting her textbooks into her bag beside me. It's been a while since we've had free time. I want to spend some peaceful time with Hiyori. I slung my bag over my shoulder and called out to her. Ah, Sōsuke-kun. Good work on the exams. Hiyori looked up at me with a smile as lovely as a blooming flower. You worked hard too, Hiyori. Alright, let's invite her to the library for the first time in a while. Reading quietly together is the perfect cure for exam fatigue. Suppressing my excitement, I wrapped myself in the aura of a perfect demon king and spoke. The battlefield overflowing with chaos has finally been cleared away. To rest one's wings, would not a silent forest of wisdom be most fitting? Come with me. Translation: let's go to the library together for the first time in a while. Hiyori blinked in surprise for a moment before her cheeks turned pink with happiness, and she hugged her bag to her chest. I'd be delighted to accompany you. She understood perfectly like always. And her smile is way too cute. The two of us left the classroom together and headed for the library. The heated library was filled with the calming scent of old books, and perhaps because the exams had just ended, there were only a few students around. We sat together at the farthest seat by the window and opened our favorite books. The winter sunset streaming through the windows dyed Hiyori's silver hair gold. The soft sound of her turning pages and her steady breathing became the perfect background music in my ears. My exam fatigue disappeared instantly. Spending time like this with Hiyori really is the best medicine for me. While pretending to focus on my book, I occasionally stole glances at Hiyori's profile as she read intently beside me, quietly savoring the peaceful afternoon. The next day, a heavy atmosphere hung over Class A. The results of the paper shuffle are in, so I'll announce them now. Standing at the podium, Hashinomiya raised a sheet of paper with an unusually subdued tone. You all worked really hard, but the winners this time were Class B. I heard Ichino's gasp. Hashinomiya wrote the results and averages on the board. Class A versus Class B. Class A average, 78. Class B average, 78. You've gotta be kidding. Only a 0.5 difference. The classmates stared blankly at the cruel numbers. Our class and Sakayanagi's class had fought an almost perfectly even battle of academics. But by a mere 0.5 points, just a handful of questions across the entire class, we had lost. As a result, the victorious Class B will take 100 class points from us. And in the other matchup, Class D defeated Class C, so there'll be another 100-point transfer there too. The updated class points are as follows. She wrote the new standings on the board. Class A, Ichino's 1007 CP, previously 1107, Class B, Sakayanagi 974 CP, previously 874. Class C, Ryuan 558 CP, previously 658, Class D, Horikita 100 CP, previously 0, with the numbers laid out visibly before them. The reality of defeat weighed even more heavily on the class. Though we barely retained first place, the gap between us and Class B had narrowed to just 33 points. If we lost the next exam, the rankings would immediately flip. But what filled the classroom wasn't simple despair. If only I'd scored a little higher in math. I relied too much on Ichino-san and Aizen-kun and neglected my weak subjects. I should have studied more on my own. Even though our pairs covered each other, I realized our individual academic ability still loses to Class B. At this rate, I'll just drag everyone down. Though frustrated, the students weren't blaming others. Instead, they reflected on their own shortcomings. They're not just wallowing in defeat, they properly facing their weaknesses and reflecting on them. Every single one of them is beginning to realize they need to improve themselves too. This defeat will become the catalyst for everyone's growth. Watching from my seat, I narrowed my eyes with quiet satisfaction. Then clap. A loud clap echoed through the classroom. Everyone, look up. Ichinos stood and addressed the class firmly. I know everyone's frustrated. I can feel it. But realizing your own weaknesses will absolutely become strength next time. Before that, though, I don't want any of you to forget how hard you all worked. She looked each classmate in the eye as she continued. Just look. Even though the exam was way harder this time, our class average still went up compared to before. We pushed the top academic class, Class B, into an incredibly close match. Doesn't that prove everyone studied desperately and really improved? And not a single person failed, and no pair fell below the expulsion line. No one got expelled. That's the greatest result we earned together through all our hard work. So reflect later. Right now, be proud of your effort and growth. Her positive words brought strength back to everyone's faces. Our average improved, and nobody got left behind. We'll definitely get revenge next semester. The classroom became filled not just with energy, but with genuine fighting spirit. As expected of Ichinos. Without crushing the independence everyone was beginning to develop, she perfectly controlled morale as a leader by clearly showing them their growth. Yes, Sakayanagi's class slightly surpassed us in pure academic ability this time. But if we managed to improve our average scores on such difficult exams, and most importantly, avoided any expulsions while drawing out signs of evolution from the entire class, then this defeat was actually a huge gain. Points can always be earned back later. After school. At Cafe Palette inside Kiyaki Mall, Ichinos, Hiyori, Kanzaki, and I gathered for a post-mortem discussion on the paper shuffle. This is so frustrating. Though Ichinos had acted strong and encouraged everyone during homeroom, now that she was with people she trusted, her shoulders sagged as she let out her honest feelings. In front of her sat a gigantic strawberry parfait meant to neutralize stress. It was only a 0.5-point difference. If I'd just analyzed everyone's strengths and weaknesses a little more carefully, maybe we could have won. Poking at a strawberry with her fork, Ichinos drooped sadly. Honami-chan, please don't blame yourself. Your instructions were perfect. Even though we lost, everyone's academic ability has clearly improved. This defeat definitely wasn't meaningless, it became the valuable growth that you hoped for in Class A. Hiyori gently rubbed Ichinos' back as she comforted her. She's right, Kanzaki added calmly while sipping his black coffee. There was no flaw in our strategy. The enemy simply possessed slightly greater academic ability than we anticipated. All we can do is use this defeat as groundwork for the future. Still, Ichinos definitely feels responsible as the leader. I can't let her keep dwelling on this. As vice president, it's my duty to encourage her properly and help her look forward. I set down my iced tea and delivered my full-powered comfort poem. There is no need to grieve, Ichinos. A single sunset does not diminish the value of the sun. Having known darkness, that light shall shine even brighter upon the next dawn. Do not halt your steps. Translation: we lost this time, but don't let it get you down, Ichinos. If you use this frustration as motivation, you'll become an even better leader. Let's keep doing our best. Ichinos froze mid-motion with a spoonful of whipped cream in hand. The sun, so the defeat is being compared to dusk, no, wait, illuminating the game board means. Across from us, Kanzaki folded his arms and furrowed his brow, desperately trying to decode my words. Seeing the two of them, Hiyori let out an elegant little laugh and translated perfectly as always. We may have lost this time, but there's no reason to be discouraged, Ichino-san. If you use this painful experience as motivation, you'll definitely become an even more wonderful leader. So let's keep moving forward together, that's what Sōsuke is trying to say. The moment Hiyori translated, light returned to Ichino's face. Fufufu. So that's what you meant, Aizen-kun. You were trying really hard to comfort me. Your words sounded so cool I had absolutely no idea what you were saying. So that's what it meant. As always, Aizen's words are ridiculously hard to understand. Ichino's burst into laughter, and Kanzaki finally relaxed. As long as Ichino's is smiling again, it doesn't matter whether my poem was understood or not. I'll have to thank Hiyori later for translating. I inwardly struck a triumphant pose while outwardly sipping my iced tea with composure. Thank you, Aizen-kun. Hiyori-chan too, and Kanzaki-kun. Ichino's finished the last bite of her parfait, and smacked both cheeks with renewed determination. And then fufu. This is quite the cheerful atmosphere for a defeated class's strategy meeting. The sound of a cane tapping approached our table. Looking up, we saw Arisa Sakayanagi, leader of Class B, standing there elegantly with Kamuro beside her like a bodyguard. Sakayanagi-san. Ichino's straightened slightly. A mere 0.5 difference, how unfortunate, Ichino-san. But a loss is still a loss. The gap between Class A and Class B has finally shrunk to the point where our fingertips can almost touch. After directing a provocative gaze toward Ichino's, Sakayanagi's eyes shifted to me. It seems that even your flawless command couldn't completely overcome the difference in pure individual ability, Aizen-kun. I know I have absolutely no right to complain since I'm always acting arrogant myself, but getting smugly provoked to my face is seriously frustrating. Still, this defeat is making the class realize they can't keep relying solely on Ichino's. Everyone understands they need to grow stronger themselves. Losing isn't always bad. In this school, it doesn't matter how many times you lose along the way as long as you graduate as Class A, you win. I concealed my frustration behind the perfect aura of a demon king, and smiled calmly after taking a sip of iced tea. Evolution requires fear. The fear that, if things remain as they are, one will soon perish and vanish. Thank you, Sakayanagi. Thanks to you, my class shall ascend to even greater heights. Sakayanagi narrowed her eyes and chuckled in amusement. So even this defeat, and the resulting growth of your class are all within the palm of your hand. Fufufu, how interesting. I look forward to seeing how long that confidence lasts. Smiling with satisfaction, Sakayanagi departed with Kamuro. After the storm named Sakayanagi left, Ichino's finally let out a huge sigh of relief. That surprised me. Sakayanagi-san's pressure is still incredible. Yeah, you and Hiyori-chan are right. Ichino's looked at us with even stronger determination than before. We lost points by challenging Class B, but I think everyone now feels genuine frustration and understands that they need to become stronger themselves. This defeat will help our class grow. Next time, we absolutely won't lose. A temporary twilight is merely the prelude to a new dawn. Let us sharpen ourselves and evolve even further. Kanzaki nodded seriously while mixing in stylish dramatic wording. Watching our burning determination, Hiyori smiled warmly like a blooming flower. Let's all do our best together for the next third semester exam. Outside, the winter wind blew bitterly cold. But around our cafe table, there was only warmth, determination, and the bonds tying us together. Having overcome the trial of the paper shuffle, and learned the painful hunger for growth, Class A's unity continued to sharpen itself further in preparation for the turbulent third semester that awaited them. Chapter 46, 2,585 words. Mid-December. Advanced Nurturing High School, having survived the brutal special exam known as the paper shuffle, had fully entered winter. Sharp, freezing winds swept through the school buildings. The final exams were over, and while ordinary students were excitedly looking forward to the approaching winter vacation, the student council room alone was wrapped in a suffocating tension unique to a sealed room. At the head of the long table sat the new student council president, Miyabi Nagumo. At his sides were Vice President Kiriyama, and the new secretaries, Tanakawa and Mizawaki. And on the lower end sat the first-year officers myself, and Hanami Ichinos along with the recently joined second-year maverick, Fuka Kiryuin. The reason I gathered everyone here today is simple, Nagumo began with a fearless grin. We're holding a preliminary meeting regarding the cross-grade special exam taking place in the third semester. Ichinos quietly swallowed at those words. Understandably so. A special exam involving all grades was completely uncharted territory for first-years like us. The detailed contents and events are still classified even to the student council, Nagumo continued. But the basic framework has already been decided. Listen carefully. He flipped through a document in front of him, and began explaining in a calm tone. The third semester special exam will take place at an off-campus facility during a training camp. The rules are as follows. First, students of the same year and gender will be divided into 6 small groups consisting of mixed classes. Each group will choose a representative. Forming a group with only members of one class is prohibited. You must work with students from other classes. The room fell silent. Then, those same-year groups will merge with groups from other grades, forming large groups that mix first, second, and third years together. There will be 6 male groups and 6 female groups, for a total of 12 large groups. They'll live together for several days while competing in school-prepared tasks for total points. That's the rough outline of the exam. Working with other classes is already troublesome enough, but now we'll be tied together with upperclassmen too. This is going to be a large-scale and extremely complicated exam. I crossed my arms and organized the information in my head. Needless to say, Nagumo continued, everything discussed here today is strictly confidential due to your roles as student council members. If it's discovered that anyone leaked information about the special exam, severe penalties including expulsion will follow. Don't forget that. Ichinos stiffened slightly, while Kiryuin raised the corners of her mouth in amusement. As tension spread through the room, Nagumo looked around at the newer members with satisfaction and continued. Normally, all rules and schedules for special exams are decided entirely by the school. The student council receives no advance notice whatsoever. However, occasionally there are exceptional exams, like this one, where we're informed of the outline beforehand, and granted the right to submit certain requests regarding the rules. This camp is one such case. Nagumo grinned arrogantly, as though flaunting his authority. Ah, this again. Gakuin-senpai explained something similar during the sports festival meeting back in the first semester. Ichinos only joined in the second semester, and Nagumo's followers plus Kiryuin-senpai are all recent additions, so he's re-explaining it for the new members. But between the sports festival and this mixed training camp, it seems only major special exams involving all 3 grades allow the student council to request rule changes. As I quietly pieced together the pattern from past experience, Ichinos timidly raised her hand. Nagumo-senpai. Isn't it a little unfair for the student council to interfere with the rules? Our year doesn't even have officers from other classes. You're serious, aren't you, Ichinos? Nagumo snorted and leaned back casually. Well, depending on how you look at it, maybe. But think of it as a bonus for all the tedious student council work we deal with every day. Besides, don't misunderstand, we don't know all the details either. He raised one finger. The only confirmed information we currently have is this. First, there will be a cross-grade special exam in the third semester. Within the lowest-ranked large group, any small group leader whose total score falls below the school's designated border line will be expelled. The ominous word expelled made Ichinos flinch. With just that information, there's not much anyone could prepare even if they brought it back to their class. And as I said earlier, if information leaks, the school immediately investigates. The system isn't designed to allow cheating. Nagumo shrugged. I understand the general structure now. Kiryuin, who had been quietly playing with documents until now, casually twirled her pen, and joined the conversation. But Nagumo, earlier you mentioned submitting requests to the school. What kind of rule are you planning to add? As if he had been waiting for that question, a dark gleam like a snake hunting prey appeared in Nagumo's eyes. If a leader is expelled for falling below the border line, I want to add a rule allowing that expelled leader to choose one person from their small group to drag down with them. Ichino's shot up from her chair, eyes wide. I object. Why would you intentionally create such a malicious rule that increases expulsions? The student council is supposed to protect students. Faced with her fierce protest, Nagumo coldly replied, "Calm down, Ichinos. Stop screaming emotional nonsense and think about it. These groups are mixed with other classes and grades, right? What do you think happens if there's no drag someone down with you rule? The only one expelled would be the leader. That means someone could deliberately join a group led by a talented student from another class, intentionally sabotage the group so it fails, and force that leader into expulsion. A kind of suicide attack." Ichinos froze. If there's no penalty for the people causing the failure, deliberate sabotage would run rampant. I'm simply proposing a legitimate method to prevent that. Nagumo spread his hands with a smug grin, as though he had delivered an irrefutable argument. Ichinos bit her lip, unable to respond. Then she turned toward me with pleading eyes. Aizen-kun, what do you think? I remained silent, arms crossed, thoughts spinning. I understand Nagumo's logic. Given the mixed-class nature of the groups, it's entirely possible someone would intentionally tank their own group's score to expel a key student from another class. A drag someone down with you rule would definitely discourage betrayal. But with Nagumo, there's absolutely another motive underneath this. I stared at Nagumo's irritating grin, and analyzed his intentions. Timing-wise, this is probably the final special exam involving the third years. Nagumo's obsessed with former student council president Manabu-senpai. This is his last chance to directly damage him. But Manabu-senpai would never screw up badly enough to end up in the lowest group, no matter what dirty tricks Nagumo tried. Nagumo himself understands that better than anyone. Which means his target isn't Manabu-senpai himself. It's one of his classmates. So who in Class 3A would deal the most emotional damage to Manabu-senpai if expelled? Tachibana-senpai. Given Nagumo's twisted personality, she's the most likely target. She's supported Manabu-senpai longer than anyone as both classmate and student council member. Nagumo completely controlled the second years and possessed enormous private points. He could make a loyal third-year Class B student become group leader, place them in the same group as Tachibana-senpai, intentionally sabotage the group, and then order that student, "I'll save you afterward with points, so choose Tachibana as your companion." That would guarantee her elimination. If Tachibana were selected, Manabu-senpai would absolutely spend massive private points and class points to save her. From the Class 3B students' perspective, they'd avoid expulsion thanks to Nagumo's money while also draining the enormous resources of dominant Class 3A, plenty of incentive to cooperate. Nagumo himself would lose huge amounts of points saving that student, so it wasn't risk-free, but if it meant triumphing over Manabu-senpai, he'd gladly do it. Completely removing the companion rule will be difficult. Nagumo's justification is too strong. I can add conditions to prevent abuse. I slowly stood up, releasing the aura of a cold demon king as I stared at Nagumo. Your shallow game board may hold some amusement, but a reaper's side swung recklessly is nothing more than unsightly. Translation: Nagumo-senpai's logic has merit, but allowing unconditional companion selection is problematic. What's your problem, Aizen? You picking apart my proposal? Nagumo frowned irritably. Without flinching, I continued with overwhelming pressure. The blade that drags one into the abyss should only reach fools who have soiled the board themselves. The selection of sacrifice must require undeniable proof of sin visible to all. An absolute law forbidding arbitrary malice. Translation: add one condition. A student can only be chosen as a companion if there is clear, undeniable evidence that they intentionally sabotaged the group. That prevents innocent people from being targeted arbitrarily. What the hell are you saying? I don't understand a word. Nagumo gave up trying to comprehend my supreme poetic language and grimaced. Beside him, even Ichino's tilted her head in confusion. At that moment ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Kiryuin burst into loud laughter, breaking the silence. Interesting. I think I more or less understand what you're trying to say, Aizen. She put down her pen and translated for Nagumo. If leaders can choose anyone unconditionally, then excellent students could be targeted due to personal grudges. So the rule should be changed such that only students who can be clearly proven to have intentionally slacked off or sabotaged the group can be selected. That's what you mean, right, Vice President? Not quite Hiyori level perfect translation, but she still accurately grasped my meaning from context. Sasuga won Kiryuin-senpai sharp as ever. Internally applauding, I merely nodded coolly on the surface. Nagumo clicked his tongue and thought for a moment. He's probably calculating that proof of sabotage could be fabricated anyway. I'll add your condition to the request list too. With Nagumo reluctantly conceding, the meeting finally came to an end. Thanks, Aizen-kun. Seeing Ichino's sigh in relief made me quietly relax as well. After the meeting, Ichino's and I walked side by side back toward the dorms. Night had already fallen, and the tree-lined path was filled with cold winter air. Ichino's stopped walking and carefully looked around to ensure no students or Nagumo's followers were nearby before speaking softly. The third semester special exam, it sounds really harsh. White breath escaped her lips as she buried her face deeper into her scarf. Indeed. Once pieces of different colors are forced onto the same board, the resulting chaos will surpass anything before. Whom to trust and whom to abandon, the illusion of a peaceful paradise is ending. Translation, yeah. Mixing classes and grades together will make this more complicated than anything we've faced before. But I'm really glad you were there, Aizen-kun. Thanks to your condition, we can avoid the worst-case scenario of random expulsions. She looked up at me with eyes full of admiration. No, Nagumo didn't understand a single word of my poem. Kiryuin-senpai saved the day. Internally correcting her, I gave the anxious leader my usual Demon King smile. There is no need for fear. No matter how chaotic the board becomes, our path to the throne remains unchanged. I shall continue pushing you all forward. Translation, don't worry. I'll support you, so let's keep doing our best like always. Thanks, Aizen-kun. Somehow I feel a lot more reassured now. Perhaps she vaguely understood the intent behind my poetic speech, because Ichino suddenly smiled brightly. We parted in the dorm lobby and returned to our respective rooms. An hour later, a gentle doorbell rang through my room. Good evening, Sōsuke-kun. A soft, bell-like voice echoed through the intercom. Welcome. From the frozen silver world outside, come enter my throne room. Translation, welcome. It's freezing outside, right? When I opened the door, Hiyori stood there bundled in a thick white coat, the tip of her nose slightly red from the cold. Several brand new novels were cradled in her arms. Excuse me, Sōsuke-kun. It's gotten a bit chilly outside, but it's wonderfully warm in here. I invited Hiyori into the heated room, and together we shared a warm dinner. After eating, we sat facing each other across the table as usual. I carefully poured hot Darjeeling tea into our cups, and a sweet, rich aroma filled the room alongside the rising steam. Thank you, it's so warm. Hiyori wrapped both hands around her cup, smiling happily. The tests are over and winter vacation is almost here. Do you have any plans for the break, Sōsuke-kun? I placed my teacup down quietly. I intend merely to immerse myself within this closed world, drifting through oceans of silence and printed words. Translation, not really. I'm planning to stay in my room, read books and relax. Foo-foo, what a coincidence. I was planning to spend my break quietly reading in the dorm too. If you'd like. Would you read together with me during winter vacation? Hayori looked at me expectantly, glancing upward slightly. Gladly. The faint sound of you turning pages is, to me, the finest melody. Translation, of course. I'd love to. I'm happy. After smiling like a blooming flower, Hayori nervously traced the rim of her cup with her finger before timidly looking up again. Do you already have plans for Christmas? The noise of Holy Night festivities is nothing more than a meaningless illusion to me. I would merely sit upon this throne in silence, watching the stars flicker. Translation, Christmas plans. I was just gonna stay home doing nothing by myself. The moment she heard that, Hayori visibly relaxed and brightened. Would it be okay if I came to visit your room on Christmas? Looking up at me shyly with slightly flushed cheeks, she quietly asked. CC cute. What is that devastating upward glance? Is she an angel? Well, obviously she is, but still. She wants to spend Christmas in my room. Inside, I was rolling around on the bed screaming in joy. Spending Christmas with my best friend, this is too perfect. I was planning to spend another lonely Christmas by myself, and now this blessed event appears. Alright, I'll prepare the greatest cake and tea imaginable, and create the ultimate healing atmosphere. Outwardly maintaining my cool smile, I nodded calmly. If that is your wish, then let us share that special night together. I shall prepare tea leaves and sweets worthy of the holy evening. Translation, of course. Let's have a Christmas party together. I'll definitely prepare cake and tea. I'm looking forward to it. Hayori smiled brightly and lovingly stroked the cover of the new novel she had brought. Outside, Nagumo's malice continued to swirl, and the footsteps of the harsh third semester special exam steadily approached. But inside this room, things were different. The lingering warmth of a delicious meal. The comfort of tea. The soft sound of Hayori turning pages. Her silver hair glittered beautifully under the room's lights. Being with Hayori really calms me down. I can practically feel my soul being purified by negative ions. Winter vacation really is best spent peacefully hiding indoors like this. As I gazed at the quietly smiling face of my best friend across from me, I completely forgot about the turbulent waves awaiting us ahead, and immersed myself fully in gentle happiness. Chapter 47, 2,643 words. A few days after the ominous student council meeting regarding the third semester's special exam. Winter had completely settled in, and Advanced Nurturing High School was now holding the closing ceremony for the second semester. Even with the heaters running, the gymnasium still felt freezing to the bone. As all the students stood lined up, the newly appointed student council president, Miyabi Nagumo, delivered a long-winded closing speech on stage with overwhelming confidence. Thank God. Today's closing ceremony is just Nagumo's speech, and I don't have to say a single thing as vice president. Escaping the public execution known as reciting my pretentious poems in front of the entire school already makes today a fantastic day. Inside, I breathed a sigh of relief while outwardly standing motionless behind him with the perfect posture of a demon king. After the ceremony ended, Class A returned to their classroom for homeroom. Once their homeroom teacher Hashinomiya finished giving a brief explanation of winter break precautions and stepped down from the podium, Ichinos clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. Everyone. Great job surviving the second semester. A lot happened, but we managed to stay in Class A without losing anyone, and that's all thanks to everyone's hard work. Applause broke out around the classroom. And since it's finally winter break, I was thinking, how about we hold a class Christmas party together on December 24th, Christmas Eve? Seriously. Let's do it. The entire class instantly lit up with excitement. I'll reserve a large restaurant inside Kiyaki Mall for us. Also, besides the participation fee, I want everyone to prepare a present worth around 2,000 points. We'll do a gift exchange during the party. A class-wide Christmas party. And even a gift exchange. This is peak youth. This is exactly the kind of thing I've been waiting for. Internally pumping my fist in excitement, I finished homeroom in an unusually cheerful mood. December 23rd. The next day, Hiyori and I were walking together through the bustling Kiyaki Mall, now crowded with students enjoying the beginning of winter vacation. Our goal, naturally, was shopping for presents for tomorrow's party. Sōsuke, deciding what to buy for the gift exchange is difficult, isn't it? Something that anyone would appreciate. Perhaps books or bookmarks. Wrapped in a white duffel coat, Hiyori looked up at me happily. There exists no perfect book capable of captivating every soul equally. But the art of fragrance can color any room with elegance. Translation: books depend on personal taste, so I'm thinking of getting something like a stylish room fragrance or decorative item anyone could use. I see, stylish goods. I'll use that as reference too. We entered a variety goods shop and each carefully examined possible gifts. While Hiyori was seriously browsing the mug section, I quietly slipped away toward the accessory display. Since it's Christmas, I want to give Hiyori something too separate from tomorrow's gift exchange. A present to thank my best friend for everything she's done for me. My eyes landed on a delicate silver hair ornament shaped like a snowflake. Its elegant, understated shine would absolutely look perfect in Hiyori's beautiful silver hair. Without letting her notice, I quickly bought it and hid the small box inside my pocket. On the way back, bathed in the orange glow of the evening sun, Hiyori slowed her pace slightly and fidgeted with her coat pocket. Sōsuke. About Christmas the 25th, like we promised. Around what time should I come to your room? I stopped walking and smiled gracefully at her with the sunset behind me. The doors to my throne shall remain open for you at any hour. Come whenever your heart desires. Translation: any time is fine. Come whenever you'd like. Thank you. I'll come around before noon. Perfectly understanding my poem, Hiyori blushed redder than the sunset itself and smiled brightly. December 24th, Christmas Eve. The Christmas party for first-year class A was held in grand fashion at the reserved restaurant inside Kiyaki Mall. All right, everyone, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. At Ichino's cheerful toast, glasses clinked together. The tables overflowed with chicken, pizza, and colorful salads, while Christmas music mixed with the laughter of classmates. Holding a glass of juice, I chatted casually with my classmates until my eyes noticed a girl sitting alone at the corner of another table, absent-mindedly playing with her straw while sighing. Yuki Himino. Himino's always been the type who struggles with loud group settings. Maybe I should talk to her a bit. I sat down beside her and spoke while swirling my drink. The clamor of celebration must be harsh on ears that cherish silence. Do you despise this festival drenched in hollow lights? Translation: you look bored. Not really your thing, being around loud crowds. What are you talking about, Aizen-kun? Himino gave me an openly suspicious look. At once, Hiyori floated over with a smile and translated. He's asking, you seem bored. Are noisy parties like this difficult for you after all? Oh, so that's what he meant. As always, thanks for interpreting, Shina-san. Himino sighed and looked around the restaurant. It's not that I hate it. I'm just more comfortable alone. It's quieter that way. I guess something like this isn't so bad once in a while. Hearing her awkwardly honest admission, I nodded in satisfaction. Then cherish that small fragment of light. Translation: I see. Then I'm glad. Once everyone finished eating, the main event finally began: the gift exchange. All the presents were piled in the center of the table while everyone passed them around in a circle to the music. When the music stopped, the package in your hands became yours. This super stylish hourglass and room fragrance set is amazing. Who bought this? Yum Kobashi exclaimed with sparkling eyes after opening hers. That was my selection. May it adorn your time with elegance. Aizen-kun's. Wow, your taste is so stylish. Thank you. Good, good. Even the girls approve. Feeling relieved, I noticed the slightly heavy square package left in my hands. The card attached read, Ruji Kanzaki. I got Kanzaki's present. I wonder what's inside, probably practical stationery or something. Excited, I opened the wrapping paper. Inside were two thick hardcover poetry books with pitch-black covers and silver lettering titled, The Roar of the Abyssal Soul, and The Throne Called Solitude. What the hell are these? As I stared in horror, Kanzaki approached with a serious expression. So my gift ended up with you, Aizen. Kanzaki, this is. Recently, I've become interested in philosophical poetry and literature in order to better understand the meaning behind your difficult words. They're excellent books for broadening one's horizons. Please give them a read. Kanzaki. You're so serious, you've completely caught my Chuyuni disease. Come back. Return to reality. Internally clutching my head in agony, I could only outwardly answer. The party continued warmly after that, and finally Ichinos stood before the class again. Everyone, today was really fun. The third semester's special exam will probably be really tough, but if it's us in Class A, we can definitely overcome it. Let's all keep working hard together so we can stay at the top. It was the perfect Christmas Eve night, with the entire class united as one. December 25th, Christmas Day. Hiyori was scheduled to come to my room before noon. That morning, I headed alone to Kiyaki Mall to buy special ingredients for the Christmas meal I planned to make for her. On my way back, carrying grocery bags in both hands, I suddenly noticed familiar faces seated at an outdoor cafe terrace. Kiyotaka Ayanakuji from Class D, Maya Sato, Yusuke Hirata, and Kei Karuizawa. Kiyotaka's on a double date with Hirata and the others. For someone who always looks emotionally dead inside, he's surprisingly enjoying youth. I almost called out to them, but stopped when I noticed Sato gazing at Kiyotaka with affectionate eyes. No, wait. If I barged into that atmosphere saying something like, "You appear to drift within the tranquil sea of fabricated peace," the mood would freeze instantly. A demon king's aura is way too dangerous for a double date. Best to quietly leave. Watching over their youth from afar, I returned to the dorms. Back in my room, I immediately put on an apron and began cooking. I let the beef stew simmer slowly while cutting vegetables for the salad. Just as I finished, the intercom rang. Opening the door, I found Hiyori standing there in a pure white knit dress instead of yesterday's duffel coat. Merry Christmas, Sōsuke. Welcome, Hiyori. Translation, come in. It's cold outside, huh? Excuse me, Sōsuke. We ate lunch together while chatting casually. Afterward, we drank tea Hiyori brewed herself and quietly immersed ourselves in reading across from one another. The room was so warm and peaceful that the cold outside felt unreal. Being with Hiyori really calms me down. After glancing out the window at the softly falling snow, I spoke. Would you entrust your time to me until nightfall covers the heavens? I wish to share tonight's feast with you as well. Translation, would you like to stay for dinner too? I'd love to. Clutching her book to her chest, Hiyori nodded happily. After dinner came tea time. At last, I pulled the small box from my pocket. I want you to accept this. A fragment meant to further enhance your silver radiance. Opening the box, I presented the silver snowflake hair accessory. Wow! It's so beautiful. A token of gratitude to the one who always supports me. Thank you so much. I'll treasure it forever. Blushing pink, tears gathering in her eyes, Hiyori hugged the accessory tightly to her chest. Then she too pulled a neatly wrapped paper bag from her own bag. I also have a present for you, Sōsuke. I made it by hand. Inside was a hand-knitted dark blue scarf that perfectly matched my usual clothing style. A hand-knitted scarf. Yoo-hoo! I'm so ridiculously happy. This is officially a family heirloom now. Internally dancing with joy, I outwardly responded with maximum dignity, magnificent. The threads woven by your hands alone are enough to warm my neck. Hiyori shyly laughed. Time flew by, and soon curfew approached. The moonlight illuminates your path home. Allow me to escort you to the gates of your castle. Please do. Hiyori stood up and slipped on her white coat. Then, just as she turned toward the door, Sōsuke-kun. She looked back, fidgeting nervously while glancing up at me. Did she forget something? Though honestly, Hiyori looking up at me like that is insanely cute. At the exact moment I completely relaxed my guard. The time I spend reading and talking with you, Sōsuke-kun. I truly love it. You're always so confident, so strong, always protecting everyone, but with me, you're also so gentle and warm. Her clear yet trembling voice echoed through the quiet room. Clutching both hands tightly against her chest, she looked directly into my eyes. Before I realized it, I had stopped seeing you as just a best friend. I started looking at you with more special feelings than that. Love you, Sōsuke-kun. Wait. Not as a friend but romantically. But I'm just some cringe idiot constantly spouting nonsense poems. Why would an angel like her ever? My brain completely short-circuited. The dignity of the Demon King vanished instantly. I could only stand there in stunned silence, eyes wide. And that silence to the girl who had gathered all her courage to confess was unbearably cruel. The color drained from Hiyori's face. Tears rapidly welled in her large eyes. Sorry. I suddenly said something weird. I troubled you, didn't I? Please forget it, good night. A tear slipped down her cheek as she turned away and grabbed the doorknob to flee. The moment I saw those tears my body moved before my thoughts could. I reached out, grabbed her slender arm, pulled her toward me, and embraced her tightly from behind. Sōsuke-kun. Her delicate body trembled in my arms. What an idiot I am. How could I make the girl who courageously confessed her feelings to me feel anxious and sad like this? Ever since meeting Hiyori, we'd spent our days reading together and sharing peaceful moments. Even after entering high school, she always smiled beside me and translated my painfully embarrassing poems. I kept telling myself we're just best friends and don't ruin this relationship. But now I understand. I've loved Hiyori for a long time already. I don't know when it started. I just know I never want to see her sad. I want Hiyori to always smile happily beside me. I've carried that wish in my heart for so long. I gently released my arms from around her back and slowly turned her toward me by her shoulders. Meeting her tearful eyes directly, the words that emerged from my emotionally overwhelmed state became the most pretentious, dramatic poem of my life. If one desires to preserve the peace of the current relationship, then certainly there is no fear there. But in a world without the fear of being hurt, people would never reject it and seek new hope. People continue walking merely by living, yet that is entirely different from continuing onward while overcoming fear. That is why humanity gave such a step a special name: courage. Gently squeezing her hand, I continued. You overcame your fear of destroying our current relationship and conveyed your feelings to me. I must answer the noble courage you showed me. No more hiding. I'm going to tell her exactly how I really feel. I convinced myself that you were like Kyoka Sogetsu, someone I could only admire from afar, someone I must never touch. The innocent courage you showed by crossing the boundary between us shattered my cowardly illusion, and brought the light called you into my hands as undeniable reality. I can no longer continue this beloved story alone. From this point onward, let us write every page of my life together. The moment she heard my words, all the strength left Hiyori's body. She buried her face into my chest as though diving into it, leaning all her weight against me. When she slowly looked up again, the sadness was gone from her eyes. Instead there was the happiest smile imaginable blooming across her face. Please let me stay beside you, Sōsuke-kun. Yowa. I seriously just delivered the cringiest poem imaginable. Using Bleach's final chapter quote, during the biggest confession scene of my life with a smug face, how painfully embarrassing can I be? But Hiyori's smiling this happily. So it's all worth it. No, this is a complete victory. Holding the warmth in my arms, I was overwhelmed by indescribable happiness. After that, we spent the remaining time before curfew chatting sweetly by the doorway, ordinary conversations, yet somehow different from before. Finally, when it truly was time to part, and I opened the door to escort her back, Sōsuke-kun. Hiyori blushed slightly and shyly held out her right hand. Can we hold hands while we walk back to my room? If my hand is enough, then allow me to guide you. I firmly clasped her small hand in mine. Leaving the room together, we walked side by side through the quiet hallway toward her floor. In the cold winter corridor, the warmth transmitted through our joined hands felt unbelievably hot. It was the moment the greatest Christmas present of my life descended upon my high school days cursed by Demon King theatrics and endless pretentious poetry. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, 2629 words. I have always liked quiet places. Traveling through the infinite worlds spread across the pages of books, quietly surrendering myself to the waves of emotion woven by written words that time, was the most comforting and precious part of my daily life. And before I knew it, he had melted naturally into that everyday life of mine. Aizen Sōsuke. Ever since we met in the library during our first year of middle school, we were never once placed in the same class. Even so, we would always meet during lunch breaks or after school in the library, reading books together and sharing peaceful moments side by side. He spoke in a rather, extremely unique and difficult way, but hidden beneath those poetic words was always an awkward kind of kindness and a careful consideration for the people around him. To me, Sōsuke was my most dependable and precious best friend, the person who made me feel the calmest whenever we were together. It was only after entering advanced nurturing high school that I clearly realized those feelings were actually love. One day after school, I had gone to visit Honami-chan's room. As the leader of our class, Ichino's Honami always treated me kindly. While drinking the warm herbal tea she had prepared for me, we chatted casually about class matters and books we had read recently. Then suddenly, hey, Hiyori-chan. I've been wondering for a while, are you dating Aizen-kun? At those unexpected words, I nearly spat out my tea. No, we're not like that. We're just friends who both like reading books. Ahaha, sorry. I surprised you, huh? But the atmosphere between you two feels so natural, kind of special, you know. Actually, everyone in class has been curious too, so I just assumed that was the case. Honami-chan laughed mischievously, but at that moment, my heart gave a loud, unfamiliar thump. Dating. Sōsuke. The instant I repeated those words in my mind, my face grew burning hot. If he stayed by my side not as just a best friend, but as someone truly special, just imagining it made my chest tighten painfully, yet at the same time, a sweet and overwhelming happiness spread through me. The way I would secretly glance at his profile, while we sat together in the library. The way simply hearing him say my name could brighten my entire day. The way I constantly worried about him getting hurt amid the fierce competition between classes. And above all, shortly after entering high school, we ended up in different classes again, just like in middle school. Yet somehow, in only a single month, he earned the absurd amount of 20 million private points and transferred me into his class. How reassuring and happy I had felt when he naturally reached out his hand to me back then. From that day onward, my world changed color little by little. The time I spent with him became more precious than ever before, and at the same time, a little frustrating too. After becoming aware of my feelings, I even began experiencing emotions unlike myself. Such as jealousy. It happened during the sports festival in the second semester. When they were choosing runners for the mixed three-legged race, I knew painfully well that joining would only burden the class because I wasn't athletic. I absolutely couldn't bear the thought of Sōsuke running pressed up against another girl. Before I realized it, I had already raised my hand and volunteered. Thanks to his perfect lead during the actual race, we managed to take first place. Even now, the warmth of running shoulder to shoulder with him, and the pounding of my heartbeat, at that moment remain one of my dearest treasures. And then later, after a study session for the paper shuffle exam, we went shopping at Kiyaki Mall together. There, the beautiful and free-spirited second-year student, Kiryuin-senpai, suddenly invited Sōsuke out to dinner. At that moment, I felt like he might become someone else's special person. Without realizing it, I had tightly grabbed his sleeve to stop him out of jealousy. I didn't want to destroy our comfortable relationship as best friends. But in truth, I wanted to grow even closer to him. I wanted to become the one and only special girl in his eyes. Carrying those conflicting feelings inside me, I repeatedly sought advice from Honami-chan. Hiyori-chan, it'll be okay. Aizen-kun definitely feels the same way you do. One day during the second semester, Honami-chan said that firmly, as if to wipe away all my anxieties. Honami-chan, how can you say that so confidently? Because Aizen-kun acts completely differently when he's with Hiyori-chan compared to when he's with the rest of us. Around everyone else, he always feels tense, like he's constantly putting on that incredible aura and difficult speech to protect the class, but whenever he looks at you, his eyes become really gentle. You can tell he feels completely at ease. Those words gently but firmly pushed forward my cowardly heart. You know, Hiyori-chan. Winter break is almost here, right? I'm planning to hold a Christmas party for the whole class on Christmas Eve, the 24th. Which means I've perfectly cleared Aizen-kun's schedule for the real Christmas day on the 25th. She winked and gave me the perfect opportunity. Even though she must have been unbelievably busy every day as class leader, Honami-chan always supported my love life as if it were her own. Honami-chan, thank you so much for always listening to me. No problem. I just really want Hiyori-chan to be happy. Do your best. With her warm encouragement in my heart, I resolved to confess my feelings on Christmas. Night after night, while thinking of him, I knitted a dark blue scarf. I rehearsed over and over in my head what I should say and how I should tell him. And then Christmas Day, December 25th, finally arrived. Sōsuke's room was warm enough to make the freezing cold outside feel like a lie, and as always, it was filled with the sweet scent of Darjeeling tea. We ate lunch together, then spent a peaceful time reading while drinking tea. Normally, I would quickly lose myself in the world of books. But this day was different. My eyes followed the words on the page, yet none of the content entered my head. When should I say it? How do I begin? If he rejects me, will this gentle time disappear forever too? My fingertips trembled slightly as I held my book. Then he lifted his eyes from his own book, and looked out the window at the faint snowfall beginning outside before speaking softly to me. Would you entrust your time to me until darkness covers the heavens? I would like us to share tonight's festive dinner together as well. At his invitation asking me to stay for dinner, warmth spread softly through my chest. I'd love to. After we finished the delicious dinner he cooked and sat down for tea afterward, he suddenly pulled a small box from his pocket and held it out to me. I want you to accept this. A fragment meant to further enhance your silver radiance. Inside the box was a beautiful silver accessory shaped like a snowflake. It's so beautiful. Is this for me? A token of gratitude for always supporting me. His first present to me. The sparkling accessory he had likely chosen to match my hair color made me so happy that I hugged it tightly to my chest, blushing as I said, I'll treasure it forever. Then I also took out a neatly wrapped paper bag from my own bag. I have a present for you too, Sōsuke. It's handmade, though. The moment he opened the bag and saw the dark blue hand-knitted scarf inside, he sharply inhaled. Magnificent. The threads you spun are more than enough to warm my neck. His grand, poetic compliment made me laugh bashfully. More than anything, I was happy he liked it. But mercilessly, time continued to pass, and eventually curfew approached. Moonlight illuminates the path home. Allow me to escort you to the gates of your castle. Thank you. I stood up and slipped on my white coat. Then, just as I turned toward the door, I remembered Honami-chan's smile and encouragement and clenched my fists tightly. If I run away now, I'll regret it forever. Sōsuke-kun. I turned around and looked up at him. He gazed down at me gently with a slightly puzzled expression. My heart felt like it would leap from my chest, but with a trembling voice, I finally put into words the feelings I had hidden for so long. I really love the time I spend reading books and talking with you, Sōsuke-kun. You're always so confident, and you have the strength to protect everyone, but you're also incredibly gentle and warm with me. I tightly clasped my hands against my chest and looked straight into his eyes. Before I realized it, I had stopped seeing you as just a best friend and started looking at you with much more special feelings. Love you, Sōsuke-kun. I said it. I finally told him. Holding my breath, I waited for his response. But after hearing my confession, Sōsuke-kun simply froze with wide eyes like stone. He said nothing. The longer that silence continued, the colder my heart became. It was no good after all. To me, his silence felt like nothing but rejection. He only saw me as a friend. My selfish feelings had destroyed the comfortable relationship we had built together all this time. The moment I understood that, my vision went dark and a crushing sense of despair swallowed me whole. Trying desperately to hold back the tears threatening to spill over, I felt all the blood drain from my face. But once my emotions broke free, I could no longer stop them. I am sorry. I suddenly said something weird. I made things awkward, didn't I? Please forget it, good night. Feeling a tear slide down my cheek, I turned my back to him and grabbed the doorknob as if fleeing. I couldn't bear to look at his face anymore. I probably would never come to this room again. Thinking that, I tried to open the door and then Sōsuke-kun. Suddenly, strong arms wrapped around me from behind. He grabbed my arm, pulled me close, and embraced me tightly. His warmth, his size, his comforting scent completely enveloped me. Then he slowly released his arms from around me, gently turned me by the shoulders, and faced me directly. My tear-stained eyes met his serious, endlessly gentle gaze. If you desired to preserve our peaceful relationship as it was, then certainly there would have been no fear. But in a world without the fear of being hurt, people would never reject that safety and search for new hope. His words echoed quietly through the room. They were grand and poetic, just like the words he always spoke. People continue walking merely by living. But continuing to walk while rejecting fear is something entirely different. That is why people give such a path a special name. He gently took my trembling hand in his. You overcame the fear of destroying our current relationship and conveyed your feelings to me. I must answer the precious courage you showed me. Hearing those words, realization struck me. He hadn't rejected my confession at all. He was praising my courage for overcoming the fear of losing what we had. I had convinced myself that you were like Kyoka Sogetsu to me, being too beautiful to do anything but admire from afar, one I must never touch. By crossing the boundary between us, the pure courage you showed shattered my cowardly illusion, and brought the light that is you into my hands as undeniable reality. I can no longer continue writing this beloved story alone. From now on, let us write every page of my life together. Those beautiful and passionate words sank gently into my heart. His Kyoka Sogetsu, it meant that, just like me, he had feared destroying our comfortable friendship, and had deliberately kept himself from stepping closer. Because I had gathered the courage to cross that boundary, he had broken free from his own cowardice as well. And let us write the rest of this beloved story together, for book lovers like us, there could not have been sweeter words. He was accepting my feelings. He was telling me he wanted me to stay by his side as his lover from now on. He was calling me beloved. The moment I fully understood the meaning behind his words, the despair filling my heart transformed into overwhelming happiness. All the strength left my body, and in relief and joy, I buried my face against his warm chest. Please let me remain by your side, Sōsuke-kun. He had accepted me. He felt the same way. That fact alone filled my world with dazzling light. After that, we spent time talking sweetly by the entrance until just before curfew. Our usual conversations, yet somehow slightly different now. Finally, when it was truly time to part, and he opened the door to walk me back to my room Sōsuke-kun. Blushing slightly, I held out my right hand. Would it be okay if we held hands on the way back to my room? Of course. If my hand is enough for you, then allow me to guide you. He firmly clasped my small hand in his. Together, we walked down the quiet hallway toward my floor. In the cold winter corridor, the warmth passing through our joined hands alone told me this was not a dream. And then, the next day, December 26th. Unable to contain my excitement, I visited Honami-chan's room early in the morning. Honami-chan. Hiyori-chan. How did it go? Christmas yesterday. Still in her pajamas, Honami-chan welcomed me with an expression as nervous as if this were happening to her. As soon as I entered her room, I began telling her everything that happened, trying to calm my pounding heart. Managed to tell Sōsuke how I feel. At first I surprised him, and I thought it was hopeless, but then he praised my courage. He told me he wants me to stay by his side forever. As I remembered his words and warmth from yesterday, tears naturally welled up in my eyes once again. Started dating Sōsuke. The instant she heard those words, huge tears spilled from Honami-chan's eyes. Really? Wawa, Hiyori-chan. That's wonderful. I'm so happy for you. As though her own confession had succeeded, Honami-chan burst into tears and hugged me tightly. Feeling her warmth and kindness, I started crying too. It's because you encouraged me, Honami-chan. If you hadn't been there, I never would have found the courage to tell him. Thank you so much. No, it's because you worked hard, Hiyori-chan. Your courage reached Aizen-kun. Ah, I'm really so happy. You two absolutely have to be happy together. Still embracing each other, we cried tears of joy for quite some time. The citrus scent filling Honami-chan's room, and the warmth of her tears, I felt deeply grateful for having such a wonderful best friend, and for the miracle that allowed me to stand beside the person I loved. From now on, not merely as his best friend but as his girlfriend. No matter how difficult the path ahead became for him, I wanted to stay beside him and gently illuminate that path. Remembering the feeling of his large, warm hand, I quietly carried an unwavering determination toward the future within my heart. Chapter 49, 2009 words December 31st. New Year's Eve. Outside, cold winter winds raged through the world as the year came to an end. But inside my room, perfect peace reigned, wrapped in the warmth of the heater and the fragrance of Darjeeling tea. Sitting across from me at the table was Hiyori Shina, who had become my girlfriend on that special day called Christmas. A thin, unbroken thread of time stretching endlessly onward. I would like the path we weave together to be just the same. As I quietly spoke those words while eating the soba noodles we had cooked together in the kitchen fufu, yes. Next year and the year after that too, just like these noodles, I want us to keep walking together forever. Hiyori naturally understood my overly stylish metaphor perfectly and smiled at me with a blooming, utterly adorable expression. I'm way too happy. To think the day would come when I could spend such a peaceful New Year's Eve alone with Hiyori. We're literally just eating soba together, so why does this atmosphere feel so overwhelmingly healing? Even if I try remembering Nagumo's face, the thought gets purified and blown away in seconds. While secretly basking in bliss, I savored this gentle, sweet moment with her, accompanied by the soft sounds of year-end TV specials playing in the background. Eventually, the clock struck midnight, and the sound of temple bells echoed from the television. The night breaks. It seems a new game board for us has just let out its first cry. Happy New Year, Sōsuke. Please take care of me this year too. The seat beside me shall always remain open for you. We quietly clinked our warm teacups together and celebrated the first New Year we would spend as a couple. The year turned to January 1st. Today, I was scheduled to visit the shrine on school grounds for Hatsumode together with Ichinos and the others from Class A. Since it was New Year's, we had rented traditional Japanese clothing from a kimono shop at Kiyaki Mall beforehand. I stood in the dorm lobby waiting for Hayori, dressed in a jet black kimono, and hakama, with a pure white Hayori draped over my shoulders. Ohu! Black kimono with a pure white Hayori. With this face and this outfit, I seriously look exactly like a captain from the GOTE I-13. I didn't think it'd feel this authentic, but this is getting me insanely hyped. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sōsuke-kun. The elevator doors opened, followed by the sound of light footsteps rushing toward me. I turned around and saw Hayori. Her silver hair was elegantly arranged, and she wore a beautiful furisode decorated with snowflakes and delicate flowers in pale blue and white tones. So cute. What is this? A heavenly angel in traditional Japanese clothing. My best friend, no, my girlfriend. She looks too perfect in a furisode. The destructive power is too high, I can't look directly at her. Internally, I screamed. I nearly let my face melt into a love-struck grin, but immediately mobilized every ounce of my Aizen specs, mental fortitude to lock my facial muscles into place and activate my usual composed stylish mode. A white blossom descending from the heavens. That alone is enough to steal my gaze. Thank you. Sōsuke-kun's outfit also looks really dignified. You look very handsome. Hayori's cheeks turned pink as she smiled shyly. Shall we go? Our companions await this celebration. I naturally extended my hand, and Hayori happily took it. Hand in hand, we headed toward the shrine inside the school grounds. When we arrived beneath the shrine gate, the usual Class A members Ichinos, Kanzaki, Shibata, Amikura, and Shiranami were already there. Ichinos wore a gorgeous pink furisode, while Amikura and Shiranami each wore colorful traditional outfits. Shibata and Kanzaki also looked sharp in their Hayori and kimono attire. Aizen-kun, Hayori-chan. Happy New Year. Ichinos noticed us first and immediately winked mischievously after seeing our intertwined hands. Hayori had already told her everything the day after the confession. However, once the others followed her gaze to our hands, they froze in shock. Here. Shibata and the others shouted in disbelief beneath the shrine gate. Hold on. Aizen and Shina-chan are holding hands. You two are finally dating. Shibata and Amikura pointed at us as though they'd seen a ghost. Sōsuke-kun and I started dating on Christmas. Though embarrassed, Hayori proudly declared it without letting go of my hand. Seriously, Aizen. You sly bastard, getting ahead of us like that. Congrats. Congrats, Hayori-chan. You two look so good together. Actually, Hayori-chan already told me. Once again, congratulations to both of you. Shibata repeatedly slapped my back while Amikura and Shiranami surrounded Hayori with excited squeals. Ichinos smiled brightly in celebration. Then amidst the warm and cheerful atmosphere, one man stepped forward with his arms crossed and an absurdly serious expression.
Ryuji Kanzaki. As I tilted my head, Kanzaki closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them dramatically. To the birth of a new world woven from the resonance of two intertwining destinies, I offer my highest blessing. Even the gods seated in heaven shall bow before the trail of light you leave behind. I congratulate you, Aizen. An icy silence descended upon the shrine.
Shibata's smile twitched awkwardly. Amikura and Shiranami stared blankly with mouths open. Ichinos was clutching her head and trembling. Kanzaki. You've been completely poisoned by my stylish disease. Why are you reciting incomprehensible poetry with a straight face, you idiot? Stop it, I'm dying of embarrassment here. Inside, I screamed while desperately maintaining my Demon King facade. Everyone's pleading gazes turned toward Hayori. Normally, no matter how incomprehensible my words were, the great angel Hayori Shina could instantly translate them. Everyone placed their hopes in her perfect translation ability. However, Hayori tilted her head innocently before lowering her brows apologetically. I'm sorry, Kanzaki-kun, but what exactly are you trying to say? What? At Hiyori's pure and merciless rejection, Kanzaki staggered backward in shock. Well, obviously. Even I have no clue why Hiyori alone perfectly understands my poems. There's no way your cheap imitation poetry would work. My soul-crafted words were rejected by Shina's translation. My philosophy still hasn't reached Aizen's realm. As Kanzaki muttered in despair, Ichino's finally snapped. Kanzaki-kun. Please come back to your senses. You've been getting worse lately. Where did the cool and composed Kanzaki-kun go? My apologies. I seem to have stared too deeply into the abyss while attempting to trace Aizen's thought process. Stop saying abyss too. Iakaino ce. Stop. That's critically effective against me too. You think you're just roasting Kanzaki, but you're also shredding my soul because I use those stylish words casually all the time. While suffering fatal internal damage, I silently prayed for Kanzaki to return to his normal cool personality before any more of my embarrassing black history spread from his mouth. At Ichino's desperate retort, Shibata and the others burst into laughter. The once serene New Year shrine quickly became lively with the laughter of Class A. Afterward, we all approached the main shrine building and offered prayers for the new year. Next, let's draw fortunes. At Shibata's suggestion, we went to the shrine office to draw Amikuji fortunes. I got great blessing. I got blessing. Not bad, I guess. While Amikura and Shiranami reacted to their fortunes, I elegantly unfolded my own slip marked great blessing. I have no need for destiny granted by the gods, but if this paper claims it shall brilliantly color our future, then perhaps it is not so bad. I got great blessing too. I hope this year becomes a wonderful one for you too, Sōsuke. Hiyori happily showed me her fortune as well. Both of us drawing great blessings felt wonderfully auspicious. Small blessing, huh? So heaven still intends to place trials upon my path. Kanzaki-kun, seriously, stop with the act already. That act. So in Ichino's mind, my stylish poetry gets categorized as some cringy character gimmick too. Please, Ichino's, stop. Don't reduce my life bar alongside Kanzaki's. Ichino's mercilessly roasted Kanzaki again, as he failed to completely shake off the stylish speech habit. Watching this heartwarming exchange while invisible stray bullets continuously pierced me, I maintained my flawless smile and exchanged glances with Hiyori. Thus ended our incredibly fun, incredibly lively first shrine visit, while thoroughly grinding down my mental health in the process. Several more days passed after the shrine visit, and winter break neared its end. My New Year holiday had become more fulfilling than ever before. Some days, Hiyori and I went to Kiyaki Mall together for shopping dates and cafe visits. I was gradually getting used to holding hands with her, though the destructive power of her smile increased day by day. Other days, I spent time with classmates studying together or enjoying games like bowling to deepen our friendships. And occasionally, I invited Kiyotaka Ayanakuji from Class D to my room to play games together. Kiyotaka, let us add your spice to this tedious game board. Come to my throne. Translation, Kiyotaka, I'm bored. Come over and play Smash Brothers with me. Whenever I invited him, Kiyotaka would arrive and silently pick up the controller. Have you been intentionally reacting slightly slower this whole time? And it also feels like you're deliberately leaving openings. Without expression, Kiyotaka stared at the screen while asking in a normal tone. On the surface, it looked like two childhood friends casually gaming together. But internally another invitation to play games. I don't understand. What exactly is this guy's objective? Is he using these matches as psychological warfare to analyze my reflexes and thought patterns for the next special exam? Sōsuke truly is impossible to read. He was intensely wary of me. Completely unaware of Kiyotaka's inner suspicions, I happily enjoyed the match. You overthink too much, Kiyotaka. I simply wish to crush you on this game board. Translation, stop overanalyzing things. I just want to beat you in the game. As I dramatically attacked on screen, Kiyotaka calmly dodged and maintained perfect spacing. You're intentionally throwing out large attacks to observe whether I counterattack or remain defensive. I can't imagine you charging in recklessly without a plan. As expected, this isn't just casual gaming. Even this game is another test to measure me. He's analyzing exactly how much risk I tolerate and how I think during special exams. What a terrifying man. A meaningless illusion. All I seek is to draw out the full extent of your abilities and trample them. Crawl upon the ground if you must, but come at my blade with everything you have. Translation: stop overthinking. Don't hold back, come at me seriously. I'm not losing. You were. Kiyotaka's insanely good at games like always. This razor-thin back and forth is awesome. His recovery routes from the edge are perfect. Gaming is so fun. Thus, my playful stylish poetry perfectly intertwined with Kiyotaka's abnormal paranoia, driving our catastrophic misunderstanding to even greater heights. And then, winter break finally came to an end. January arrived, bringing even harsher cold. The brutal third semester of the advanced nurturing high school was about to begin. A never-before-seen special exam involving all grades loomed close ahead. Its details were still unknown, but one thing was certain: the game board would become a chaotic battlefield overflowing with betrayal and schemes. We suffered painful defeats during the sports festival and paper shuffle, but those frustrations definitely strengthened Ichino's and the class's determination and unity. I want to graduate smiling together with Hiyori and everyone else while staying in Class A. I'll give it everything I've got to keep us at the top during the third semester too. As I made that vow internally, I tightly squeezed the hand of the girl walking beside me. Holding within my heart the resolve to protect my class's peace and victory, I turned toward the next battlefield with a fearless smile. Chapter 50, 2,870 words. January arrived, bringing even harsher cold after the bustle of December and the peaceful New Year holidays. At last, winter break ended, and the third semester at Advanced Nurturing High School began. After the opening ceremony, homeroom started as usual in Class 1A. Their homeroom teacher, Chie Hashinomiya, stood at the podium with her usual laid-back aura, though there was a faintly excited look on her face as she delivered an important announcement. Happy New Year, everyone! Did you all get plenty of rest over winter break? Let's give it our all this semester too. And right off the bat, starting at the end of this month, there'll be a special exam held at an off-campus facility. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly tightened. And this time, all first dash, second dash, and third-year students will be participating together in a 3-year joint training camp format. The detailed rules and group assignments will be explained on-site that day, so make sure you're all in perfect condition physically. The shocking announcement left the class silent for a moment before the room exploded into uproar. All 3 grades together. Seriously? We're taking an exam with upperclassmen. If it's a training camp, does that mean we'll be staying overnight for several days? Are we gonna end up sharing rooms with seniors? So it's not like the paper shuffle written exam. What the hell are they gonna make us do? The unfamiliar format and the fact that they would be competing alongside upperclassmen they had never interacted with filled the students with anxiety and confusion. That was only natural. Up until now, every special exam had been a battle among first years alone. But this time, they would be thrown onto the same battlefield as seasoned veterans who fully understood the harsh realities of the school. However, just as unease threatened to swallow the classroom, a clear and dignified voice cut straight through it. Everyone, listen. Hanami Ichino stood up smoothly and clapped her hands loudly, drawing everyone's attention. It's true that this is the first time we've had a 3-year joint exam, and I totally understand why everyone's nervous. But through all the special exams so far, we've learned how important it is for the whole class to work together, right? And I believe Class A has the strongest unity out of all the first years. With a bright smile like the sun itself, Ichino's looked at each of her classmates one by one. No matter what kind of exam it is, we'll be okay. We've got reliable people like Aizen-kun and Kanzaki-kun, but we've all grown too. If we support each other, I know we can overcome any obstacle together. Let's all get through this training camp smiling as Class A. She's right. Let's all do everything we can. Let's do our best together as Class A. Responding to Ichinos's words, Shibata clenched his fist firmly, and the other students began voicing their determination as well. It was obvious that the class had recovered from the setbacks of the second semester and grown significantly stronger mentally. Everyone's so positive. Ichinos's charisma is as strong as ever, and the class atmosphere is at its peak. Watching his dependable classmates, I was deeply moved inside while quietly wearing a fearless smile. After school, Ichinos, Kanzaki, Hiyori, and I gathered at the Café Palette in Kiyaki Mall to discuss preparations for the upcoming exam. Drinks sat on the table before us. I took a sip of my favorite black coffee, savoring the aroma as I calmly wet my throat. Still, without knowing the official rules, there's not much we can do to prepare specifically, Ichinos said, stirring her iced tea with a troubled smile. Ichinos and I had already learned through student council duties that a 3-grade joint special exam would be held in the 3rd semester. However, strict confidentiality rules prevented us from revealing that information. You're right. The best we can do for now is probably hold study sessions to improve the class's overall academic ability, and maybe learn more about the upperclassmen through club activities and such, Hiyori suggested gently while holding her cup with both hands. Since the exam contents remain a black box, strengthening our own foundation and preparing for unforeseen circumstances shall become our ultimate, absolute defense wall. No, I mean, building a strong foundation is the best strategy. Kanzaki nodded seriously before suddenly snapping back to reality and coughing awkwardly. Kanzaki-kun. You mixed weird phrases in again. Please, I'm begging you, just talk normally. Sorry, Ichinos. I still can't shake the habit of unconsciously trying to connect to Aizen's abyssal thought process. Ichinos. Please stop having these conversations in front of me. My mental HP is getting shredded. Though Kanzaki had mostly recovered from his severe, stylish syndrome, after repeated warnings from Ichinos, he still suffered occasional relapses where Chuyuni phrases slipped out unintentionally. Ichinos gave a small wry smile at his behavior before immediately returning to her serious leader-like expression. No matter what kind of exam it is, the most important thing is making sure nobody gets expelled. At her serious words, Hiyori nodded softly. Yes, I feel the same way, Honami-chan. I cleared my throat, placed my cup back on its saucer, and slowly spoke. The road we walk is one shrouded in thorns and darkness. Yet we shall cross this false garden without losing a single soul. We will never allow those who follow behind us to fall into the abyss. Translation: no matter what kind of exam comes, let's all overcome it together without losing anyone. As I spoke, Hiyori smiled gently and translated. He says, no matter how unreasonable the exam is, we'll absolutely overcome it together as a class without losing anyone. With Aizen-kun around, it feels like we've got the strength of 100 people. Let's all work together and get through this. Ichinos nodded brightly. As expected of Aizen. Even before seeing the battlefield, your resolve to protect the entire class is already unwavering. I'll support you with everything I've got as well. And so, after sharing our basic resolve and mindset for the unknown special exam, we left the cafe together. That weekend evening, Hiyori and I invited former Student Council President Manabu Horikita to my dorm room. As always, your cooking skills are exceptional. This goes far beyond the level of ordinary student cooking. After tasting the meal I prepared, Horikita-senpai widened his eyes slightly behind his glasses in admiration. Hee, right. I think Sōsuke-kun's cooking is the most delicious in the world too. Seated beside me, Hiyori smiled proudly as though the compliment were directed at herself. Then I'm glad if I could ease even a fraction of the fatigue of a former king. Translation: I'm glad it suited your tastes. Thank you for your hard work every day. Once the meal ended and I finished brewing black tea, I quietly lowered my tone. Now then. Shall we move on to the main topic, Manabu? At my words, Horikita-senpai placed down his teacup and straightened his posture. Since you went out of your way to call me here, this must concern the student council. Or perhaps the upcoming special exam. The man who now sits upon the new throne lacks the courage to strike directly at the former king's neck. Instead, he will target the sturdy foundation supporting the king, or perhaps the beautiful sheath standing beside him. As I issued my stylish warning, Hiyori immediately translated with a serious expression. He says, there's a high chance Nagumo-senpai will try something in the next exam to bring down Horikita-senpai. Not necessarily targeting you directly, but possibly your classmates, especially Tachibana-senpai. Hearing Hiyori's straightforward words, Horikita-senpai quietly closed his eyes and exhaled. Given the timing, this special exam involving other grades will probably be the last one of its kind. Nagumo, obsessed as he is with me, would never let this opportunity pass. However, he paused briefly before continuing with a tone that still carried a degree of trust toward Nagumo. When it comes to competition, that man never lies. If he intends to challenge me head-on, then I'll accept. Senpai really is too stoic. He evaluates Nagumo too honestly. I sighed inwardly. He may not lie in competitions. But that doesn't mean he fights fairly. The moment he proposed that collateral expulsion rule in the student council, his intentions became obvious. Behind the competition itself, he's absolutely trying to expel Horikita-senpai's classmates, especially Tachibana-senpai, as harassment. I gritted my teeth. As a student council member, I'm bound by confidentiality. I absolutely cannot reveal the specific penalties of the exam right now. Damn it, this is frustrating. Unable to reveal the rules directly, I gave him the strongest warning I could. Even if one withstands the blade from the front, one must not underestimate the poison fangs approaching from behind. What disrupts the board is always malice lurking beyond it. Do not become so blinded by the crown's brilliance that you fail to notice the mud beneath your feet. Remain vigilant regarding him, and those around him. Translation: Nagumo-senpai will definitely use dirty tactics. Please be extremely careful, not just yourself, but also Tachibana-senpai and everyone around you. After hearing Hiyori's flawless translation, Horikita-senpai nodded deeply. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Aizen. And you as well, Shina. I'll keep a close eye on Nagumo's movements. Thus, as the unknown special exam approached, everyone's schemes and caution quietly intertwined. To strengthen the class overall before the exam, starting the next day we opened the classroom after school, and began voluntary study sessions. Whenever student council work allowed, Ichinos and I participated as tutors alongside Hiyori and Kenzaki, helping improve our classmates' academic abilities. This formula is the key to unraveling the truth of the universe. Cast aside foolish thoughts and simply follow the future guided by the equation. So basically, we just plug the numbers into the formula. Sōsuke means, this formula is extremely important, so make sure to memorize it properly and apply it directly. Oh, I get it. Thanks, Aizen-kun. Hiyori-chan. Hiyori instantly transformed my overly dramatic explanations into gentle, understandable words, allowing our classmates to learn with smiles. Through the study sessions, both the class's unity and academic ability steadily improved. Yeah, everyone's doing great. This peaceful, cooperative atmosphere feels amazing. While maintaining a dignified stance in front of the blackboard, inwardly I simply wished this peaceful school life could continue forever. Then, January 21 St., the day before the special exam. No, perhaps for the world itself, this was the most important day imaginable. It was the birthday of my beloved girlfriend, Shina Hiyori. For this day, I had spent weeks carefully planning schedules, reserving restaurants, and selecting gifts. That holiday afternoon, while waiting at the entrance of Kiyaki Mall, I spotted a familiar figure hurrying toward me through the crowd. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sōsuke. The moment I saw Hiyori smiling slightly out of breath, my thoughts completely froze. She wore a pale blue duffel coat with fluffy white fur around the collar, and a cute white beret perched atop her head. She looked overwhelmingly adorable, like a fairy of snow itself. COTE. What is this, a winter angel descending from heaven? The fingertips peeking out from her sleeves, the cheeks slightly red from the cold, every detail is perfectly adorable. The destructive power is too high to look at directly. I screamed internally, nearly letting my face melt into a love-struck grin, but at the last second I mobilized the full mental strength of my Aizen specs, and shifted into my usual stylish mode with a composed smile. Even the frozen winter sky seems capable of turning into spring with a single smile from you. It suits you beautifully, Hiyori. Thank you. Hearing you say that makes me really happy, Sōsuke. Hiyori's cheeks turned cherry pink as she smiled shyly. For the sake of protecting this smile, I feel like I could cast black coffin even without spiritual pressure. Naturally holding hands, we first headed to the large bookstore inside Kiyaki Mall. For someone who loved books as much as Hiyori, a bookstore was practically a theme park. We leisurely browsed shelves together, discussing mystery novel tricks we had recently read and recommending books to each other. Sōsuke, this author's new work was really amazing. The narrative trick was brilliantly done. If you praise it that highly, then I absolutely must read it. Just watching her happy expression was enough to fill my heart. After shopping, I escorted her to a luxurious Italian restaurant. I had reserved one of the fanciest places in the mall. The dim indirect lighting and quiet classical music created a refined atmosphere, as we were guided to a window seat overlooking the nightscape. This place is so wonderful. Hiyori looked around with sparkling eyes. I opened the menu and ordered a premium full-course meal. Starting with Wagyu carpaccio, followed by rich truffle cream pasta, and finally roasted lobster as the main dish. It's delicious. Really delicious. To me, the food you always make is just as delicious and special too, Sōsuke. Even the artistry woven by professional skill pales before those words of yours. I would gladly continue satisfying your palate with my own hands. Translation, hee, that makes me really happy. I'll keep making lots of homemade meals for you from now on too. Watching Hiyori eat happily, I internally pumped my fist. An angel who places my homemade cooking on the same level as high-class Italian cuisine. Sure, my private points are vanishing at terrifying speed, but seeing Hiyori smile like this makes it all worth it. Their conversation never ceased throughout dinner as they talked warmly about class matters, future school life, and each other. To conclude the evening, I invited her back to my room. Shielded from the winter cold outside, the room was warm with heating, filled with the rich fragrance of premium Darjeeling tea I had carefully brewed. Thank you so much for today, Sōsuke. I had an amazing time. I never imagined I'd have such a wonderful birthday celebration. Sitting deeply into the sofa, Hiyori held her teacup with both hands and smiled happily. If I could add even the slightest color to the path you walk, then nothing would please me more. This is proof of my celebration for you. Please accept it. Translation, I'm really happy you enjoyed today. This is my birthday present for you, please take it. With my stylish phrasing, I placed 2 small boxes on the table. Hiyori nervously opened the first long box. Inside was a beautiful silver bookmark with intricate craftsmanship perfect for a girl who loved books. Delicately carved into the handle was a lily flower motif. It's so beautiful. I love collecting bookmarks, so this makes me really happy. I'm glad to hear that. But there's one more thing. I opened the second small square box. Resting atop a velvet cushion was a delicate platinum necklace adorned with a tiny snowflake motif. At its center sparkled a pale purple amethyst resembling the color of Hiyori's eyes. Sōsuke. Excuse me for a moment. I stood from the sofa and moved behind her. Then, carefully, I placed the necklace around Hiyori's slender neck as she stiffened in surprise. Whoa. She's so close. Hiyori's nape is insanely beautiful. And the sweet scent of her shampoo is hitting my brain directly. My heartbeat is definitely over 180 BPM right now. Calm down, me. If my hands shake here, it'll be a lifelong humiliation. Though in total panic internally, I fastened the clasp with the precision of a surgeon before quietly returning to face her. The snowflake necklace suited Hiyori's pale skin perfectly. Hiyori gently touched the necklace and then large tears began spilling from her eyes. Sōsuke-kun. Thank you. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had. Seeing her tearful expression tightened my chest painfully. The tears falling from those eyes outshine even the stars themselves. Yet what I wish to see upon your face is not sorrow but only joyful smiles. Sorry, I'm just too happy. I'm really glad I met you, Sōsuke-kun. I'll treasure this present forever. Wiping her tears away, Hiyori showed me the most beautiful smile in the world, a smile blooming like a flower in full blossom. Hiyori, I'm the one who's grateful we met. After that, we spent more peaceful time drinking tea before I reluctantly escorted her back to her dorm room. Good night, Sōsuke-kun. See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Returning to my own room, I let out a deep breath into the quiet stillness. I'm so happy. Hiyori really seemed happy too. It turned into the best birthday possible, didn't it? I clenched my fist tightly and stared into the darkness outside the window. To protect this happy everyday life, I'll absolutely lead Class A to victory in the special exam starting the day after tomorrow. As I replayed the image of Hiyori's radiant smile in my mind, I quietly and fiercely ignited my fighting spirit for the brutal mixed training camp exam that loomed ahead. Chapter 51, 2,597 words. Late January. In the bitter cold, where every breath turned white, we boarded several large buses and headed toward a mountain training facility outside the school grounds, the stage for the third semester's major event, the mixed training camp. Inside the heated bus, an atmosphere of nervous anticipation for the unknown special exam mingled with the excitement of what almost felt like a school trip. Naturally, sitting beside me was my beloved girlfriend, Hiyori Shina. The scenery outside is completely covered in snow now. A world of pure white, it's very beautiful. Hiyori gazed out at the snowy landscape and smiled happily. Yet no matter how breathtaking a pure white vista may be, it cannot compare to the radiance of the one smiling beside me. Translation: it really is beautiful. But honestly, I'd rather look at you than the scenery. Honestly, Sōsuke-kun. But thank you. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she leaned a little closer. Woo-woo. Her shoulder. Hiyori's delicate shoulder is touching mine. She smells like shampoo. I want this bus ride to last forever. Internally I was screaming. Externally, I maintained a perfectly cool expression and continued enjoying our peaceful conversation. After the bus had traveled along the mountain roads for some time, feedback suddenly echoed through the microphone. Our homeroom teacher, Hashinomiya-sensei, stood from the instructor's seat. Okay, everyone, listen up. We're almost at our destination, so it's time to explain the rules of this mixed training camp. The chatter inside the bus immediately died down. Everyone's attention shifted to the front. Make sure you listen carefully. First, this exam will be conducted by academic year and separated by gender. You'll form 6 small groups among the first-year boys and 6 among the first-year girls. She scanned the students as she continued. Each small group must have one designated leader. Also, every group must contain students from multiple classes. Single-class groups aren't allowed. The students listened intently. Once you've formed your small groups, you'll combine with second-year and third-year small groups to create large groups spanning all 3 years. In the end, there will be 6 mixed-grade large groups for boys and 6 for girls. A group with students from all 3 years. Shibata swallowed audibly. So we're working together with upper-class men. That's right. During the camp, you'll live and attend lessons according to your large groups. There will be 4 subjects: Zen meditation, written studies, relay races, and public speaking. On the final day, you'll take tests based on those activities, and the large groups will be ranked according to their total scores. At that point, Hashinomiya's expression became slightly more serious. Now comes the important part: rewards and penalties. First, the basic rewards. First place receives 3 class points and 10,000 private points per student. Second place receives 1 class point and 5,000 private points per student. Third place receives 3,000 private points per student. At first glance, the rewards didn't seem particularly extraordinary. Then came the next part. But that's only the base reward. The classroom atmosphere changed instantly. A multiplier equal to your small group size divided by 10 will be applied. And if your small group contains students from all 4 first-year classes, the reward is multiplied by 3. If it contains students from 3 classes, it's multiplied by 2. And furthermore, if the class of the small group's leader earns rewards, the final amount is doubled after rounding. Kanzaki's eyes widened. I immediately began calculating. A 14-person group, students from all 4 classes, first place. 3 class points times 1. For group size multiplier times 3 class mixing multiplier equals 12. Rounded to 13. Then doubled because the leader belongs to that class. 26 class points per student. If our class has 11 members in the group, that's 26 times 11 is equal to 286 class points. An absurd amount. Enough to completely alter the balance of power between classes. But it's not all good news. Hashinomiya smiled. The penalties are severe too. 4th place loses 5,000 private points per student. 5th place loses 3 class points and 10,000 private points per student. And 6th place. She paused dramatically. Loses 5 class points and 20,000 private points per student. The sound of someone swallowing echoed through the bus. But the truly scary part comes next. If a small group within the 6th place large group falls below a certain performance threshold, the leader of that small group will be immediately expelled. Expelled. Amikura nearly screamed. And if the leader is expelled, they may take 1 member of their own small group down with them. The bus fell silent. However, they must be able to prove that student clearly hindered the group. That's all. No questions. With that, Hashinomiya sat back down. The bus was engulfed in heavy silence and unease. Separate groups by gender. Mixed class teams. Shared responsibility. Expulsion by association. I rapidly simulated possibilities. The key to this entire exam is the group leader. They have the greatest chance at massive rewards, but they're also first in line for expulsion if things go wrong. And the ability to drag someone down with them. If someone wanted to deliberately target another student, this system would be incredibly convenient. I slowly turned toward Hiyori. Yes, Sōsuke-kun. The shadow I warned you about before has finally taken shape. The man obsessed with claiming a new throne will likely use this mire to drag down the former king's most trusted right hand. Should countless poisonous moths conspire and fold their wings, even your light may be unable to prevent a fall into the depths. Therefore, let the stars divide in 2. One shall build an impregnable fortress that reaches for the heavens, while the other descends into the abyss to serve as a shield protecting her. I believe only you can repel this unjust blade. Hiyori blinked once. Then she nodded firmly. Just as we discussed before. There's a high chance that Nagumo-senpai will use the companion expulsion rule to target Tachibana-senpai. If the upper-class men deliberately cooperate and hold back, her group could end up last. So Honami-chan and I should divide our roles. One of us should join a group capable of aiming for the top, while the other should enter the same group as Tachibana-senpai and protect her. Then she smiled brightly. Thank you for trusting us. I'll discuss it with Honami-chan, and we'll definitely make it work. She understood everything perfectly. My archangel is amazing. Even Nagumo probably can't afford to spend points rescuing multiple expelled students. But there's also the possibility that he targets Hiyori just to get at me. I looked at her seriously. But do not forget. The malice lurking in the mud may turn its blade toward the silver lily blooming beside me merely to spite me. If you sense even the slightest disturbance, tell me immediately. You mean, Nagumo-senpai might target me to get at you, so let you know if anything happens. I understand. If anything seems strange, I'll tell you right away. If anyone can notice danger early, it's Hiyori. Just after our private discussion ended, Ichinos and Kanzaki switched seats with nearby students and joined us. The usual four-member leadership meeting had begun. You heard the rules, right? Ichinos whispered. The risks are huge, but so are the rewards. Kanzaki folded his arms. The composition of the small groups will determine everything. We need to consider the movements of the other classes carefully. I nodded inwardly and presented my thoughts in my usual dramatic style. Fear not. No force exists that can surpass us. Since each group acts independently, teamwork becomes our greatest weapon. There is no need for timid formations. However, the board upon which the delicate flowers stand differs. 7 nights of trials may scatter even the most beautiful petals. Only by dispersing the stars and allowing them to support one another can disaster be held at bay. Both Kanzaki and Ichinos listened seriously. Neither seemed entirely sure what I meant. Naturally, Hiyori translated. He's saying that the boys should create the strongest possible groups and aim for victory through teamwork. But the girls face greater stamina concerns during an 8-day camp, so rather than concentrating all the strongest students in one group, it would be safer to spread them out. Ichinos' eyes lit up. That makes sense. If someone collapses from exhaustion, the other groups can compensate. I agree, Kanzaki said. But what about the boys' groups? Should we minimize risk by only taking one student from another class? I shook my head. The scales do not always balance equally. If one desires the greatest result, one must invite every uncertainty onto the board. The solution we reach will inevitably be reached by others. The board shall divide itself into 4 balance powers and 2 collections of remnants. Translation: No. Since including students from every class greatly increases rewards, we should do it. Other classes will think the same way, so we'll probably end up with 4 mixed groups built around each class's strongest members, and 2 groups made from whoever is left over. Hiyori translated smoothly. Both Ichinos and Kanzaki nodded in understanding. With the strategy settled, Ichinos addressed the nearby classmates. Everyone. We can't finalize the groups until we arrive and negotiate with the other classes, but I'd like to handle the rewards and penalties the same way we did during the sports festival. The class listened carefully. Any private points earned during this exam will go into the class savings fund. And if someone loses private points because of penalties, the class savings fund will fully compensate them. That way nobody has to bear the burden alone. And everyone can compete without fear. That's brilliant. I'm all for it. Nobody objected. Ichinos really is the perfect leader. This will raise morale even further. Eventually, the buses arrived at the mountain facility. Outside stretched an endless snowy landscape, accompanied by a massive gymnasium and dormitory buildings. As soon as we got off the bus, the boys and girls were separated. I called out to Hiyori as she joined the girls' line. She turned around. Though the path before us may be buried beneath cold snow, beyond it lies a spring we shall surely seize together. Let us make the brightest stars shine within our respective skies. Translation: Take care, Hiyori. Let's both do our best. Yes, Sōsuke-kun. Let's both work hard. She flashed a beautiful smile and waved before running off toward the girls. She's adorable. Hiyori standing in the snow looks like a fairy. Time for me to give this everything I've got too. The moment all first-year boys gathered in the gymnasium, the first person to act was Kohei Katsuragi. Listen up. The boys of Class B will form a group consisting of these 13 members, including myself. We'll then recruit one student from another class to complete the group. The declaration echoed through the gym. You don't get to decide that yourself, Baldy. We're still figuring out our groups too. You can't hog all the advantages. Students from classes C and D immediately protested. Katsuragi remained completely calm. If someone joins our group, they will never be made the leader. And even if we finish last and I gain the authority to choose a companion for expulsion, I swear I will never select that person. In other words, I guarantee they will never be expelled. The complaints instantly stopped. A guaranteed safe zone. In this exam, that was an incredibly attractive offer. I swear I won't drag anyone down. The first to volunteer was Haruki Yamauchi from Class D. Katsuragi accepted him, completing his group immediately. Typical Katsuragi. A safe, reliable strategy. He sacrifices reward multipliers in exchange for complete control and minimal betrayal risk. But that's not what interests me. I observed the room. Why isn't he interfering? Normally he'd be rampaging through the room and seizing control. Instead, he was leaning quietly against a wall. Did he step down as Class C's leader? If so, somebody must have beaten him in a straightforward power struggle. Among first years, only Kiyotaka and Koenji could realistically defeat him physically besides me. And Koenji would never bother with class politics. Which leaves Kiyotaka. Then another thought occurred. Seriously though. You're high school students. Stop solving everything with fistfights. Just because there aren't cameras doesn't make it okay. This isn't a delinquent manga. Talk things out peacefully. Ignoring my internal complaints, negotiations between the classes began. Representing Class D were Hirata and Yukimura. Class C sent Kaneda and Ishizaki. Class A was represented by Kanzaki and me. Basically, I think the ideal arrangement is to create 4 class groups, Hirata suggested. The rewards become much larger. Kaneda adjusted his glasses. The penalty risks increase, but mutual oversight can help prevent betrayal. Just as I had predicted, the group formation proceeded accordingly. Eventually there was Katsuragi's conservative group. 3 mixed groups containing students from all 4 classes. 2 leftover mixed groups formed from remaining students. The leaders of the leftover groups became Yukimura and Miyake from Class D. The remaining issue was deciding the leader of our Class A-centered group. As Kanzaki and I exchanged glances, he stepped forward. I'll do it. Everyone looked at him. Kanzaki. Are you sure? Shibata asked. If we finish last, you could be expelled. I don't mind. Kanzaki's voice held no hesitation. We cannot expose Aizen, the cornerstone of our class, to that risk. If the worst happens, it's most rational for me to serve as the breakwater. Kanzaki. I felt genuinely moved. You're really the kind of guy who puts his friends first. Don't worry. I won't let us finish last. I placed a hand on his shoulder. There is no need to prepare yourself for collapse. No shadow called defeat shall ever fall upon our path. As long as I stand here, only absolute victory awaits behind you. Kanzaki smiled. Then your words shall become my truth. Any obstacle before us is no more significant than dust. He's still not completely cured of the dramatic disease. But honestly, that was pretty cool. Thus our group was finalized. Kanzaki became leader. The core consisted of 11 capable Class A students, including myself and Shibata. Added to that were Yoshida from Class B, Takedo from Class C, Ike from Class D, 14 members total. Our small group was complete. After the sorting ended, I surveyed the gymnasium once more. One leftover group contained Ryuan. The other contained Kiyotaka Ayanokoji. So they ended up in separate leftover groups. I still can't read Kiyotaka's intentions. I thought back. During the uninhabited island exam, he secretly maneuvered to help Horikita lead the class to victory. During the sports festival, he noticed the existence of a traitor and deliberately allowed the class to lose. And now he's quietly joined a leftover group without drawing attention. Maybe he's no longer focused solely on winning. Perhaps he's deliberately placing himself in difficult situations to strengthen Class D as a whole. I watched my childhood friend blend into the crowd with his usual expressionless face. He's ridiculously competitive underneath that calm exterior. There's no way he's sitting still. He's definitely planning something. But I'm not going to lose either. Whatever Kiyotaka is aiming for, I'm going to crush this training camp through the power of Class A. And so, amid hidden malice and intertwined schemes, the turbulent mixed training camp began. Chapter 52, Chapter 52 2210 words. It was just as the rough organization of the first-year boys' small groups had been completed, and a brief sense of relief and exhaustion had begun to settle over the gymnasium. Suddenly, a commotion arose near the entrance. When everyone turned to look, they saw a group of second- and third-year students approaching in formation. At the front walked two figures. The first was the current student council president and the man who completely controlled the second years, Miyabi Nagumo. The second was the former student council president and a third year who embodied the school's absolute discipline, Manabu Horikita. Faced with the overwhelming charisma of the two leaders, the first years naturally parted to make way, and a tense atmosphere spread throughout the gym. Yo, first years. Looks like you've managed to settle your small groups. Nagumo flashed a confident smile as he surveyed the entire first-year class. For upperclassmen to come all the way here themselves. What do you want, President Nagumo? Katsuragi, who had become the representative of Class B, stepped forward warily. Oh, nothing much. Since the small groups are done, I just came to suggest that we go ahead and form the large groups while we're at it. I thought the schedule said the large groups would be formed during tonight's free time. Katsuragi frowned. He was right, that was what the handbook said. That's the schedule, sure. But since the small groups got decided early, wouldn't it be easier to settle the large groups now too? I'd rather spend tonight relaxing. Horikita-senpai agrees, right. Nagumo turned toward Manabu. I don't mind. It's something that must be decided sooner or later. If we can eliminate unnecessary delays, all the better. Manabu nodded quietly, accepting the proposal. Once the two leaders had agreed, the first years had no grounds to object. As a result, the 6 representatives of the small groups stepped forward. From our A-class-centered group, Kanzaki nervously took his place. All right then. To keep things fair, how about the winners of rock-paper-scissors choose their preferred upperclassmen group in order? At Nagumo's suggestion, the fateful game began. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. After several ties, Katsuragi claimed first place. Next came Yukimura from Class D. And then our Kanzaki continued losing miserably until he ended up dead last. Staring bitterly at his right hand, Kanzaki bit his lip. First place, Katsuragi. Who are you choosing? We choose Horikita-senpai's group. Without hesitation, Katsuragi selected the safest and strongest option, Manabu's group. What about second place, Yukimura? We'll join President Nagumo's group. After some thought, Yukimura chose to place himself under Nagumo's protection. One by one, the higher-ranking representatives selected the most desirable groups. As a result, Kanzaki's group was automatically left with the remaining option, a large group centered around second-year Class D and third-year Class D students. So we're paired with upperclassmen from D classes, who are generally weaker academically and overall. Still, there's no reason to be pessimistic. I calmly analyzed the situation. Nagumo might secretly order the second years to hold back, but that only works if they can sabotage things from a safe position. Under the rules of this special exam, performing too poorly drastically increases the risk of being chosen as the sacrificial expulsion target. No matter how much control Nagumo has, I doubt high school students would be willing to gamble away their entire school lives. At minimum, they'll protect themselves. Any points they fail to earn can simply be compensated for by the overwhelming performance of us A-class students. That's well within our capabilities. While I was making these calculations, Nagumo suddenly turned to Manabu. Horikita-senpai. Since we have this 3-year joint training camp, how about a competition between us? A competition? Manabu's gaze sharpened. My large group versus yours. Whichever group finishes with the higher ranking wins. Simple enough. After a brief silence, Manabu replied. If you promise not to drag other students into it, then I'll accept. Of course. Just a straightforward contest of strength between our groups. Nagumo smiled with amusement. And so a direct showdown between their large groups was established. Watching from afar, I quietly nodded to myself. Manabu-senpai accepted on the surface. But the warning I gave him back at the dormitory must have reached him. No matter what underhanded tricks Nagumo disguises as a fair contest, Manabu is already on guard. He won't be caught off guard. As I was thinking this, the second and third year students assigned to our group approached Kanzaki and me. Looking forward to working with you, first years. I'm Gonda, the representative of third year class D. Then he saw my face. He. His face turned pale as he stumbled backward. The devil. You're that unreasonable devil who stormed through our clubs and stripped us of all our private points. Gonda pointed at me with a trembling finger. Apparently, he had been one of the upperclassmen I had used as a source of income shortly after enrolling. What's wrong, Gonda-senpai? Wait, you're Aizen, the vice president of the student council. The representative of second-year class D, Soma, looked confused at first but brightened instantly upon recognizing me. You were incredible at the sports festival too. The strongest first year joining our group is a huge relief. If Aizen's here, we don't have to worry about finishing last. Why, you can only say that because you don't know how terrifying he is. If you oppose him, who knows what he'll do. The second years viewed me as a dependable powerhouse thanks to my student council activities and sports festival achievements. The third years, however, saw me as the embodiment of trauma. Woo! The second years have insanely high expectations of me, but the third years are completely terrified. I should reassure them as a junior. Something humble like, let's all do our best together. Yeah, that's the right move. I straightened my posture and attempted a friendly smile. However, what emerged from the mouth of a man with an indomitable ego was anything but humble. There is no need to gaze toward the heavens. The strongest light stands ever before your eyes. Simply follow in my footsteps and strive not to fall behind my absolute march. Victory already rests within our grasp. Ohu! The second years froze for a moment before erupting into cheers. Such overwhelming presence. Just like the rumors said. We'll follow your lead. This camp is ours. Meanwhile, Gonda and the other third years nearly burst into tears. We understand. We'll follow you. Just please spare our points. I am so sorry, senpais. Why do I sound so arrogant? And why are the second years accepting it so enthusiastically, while the third years are even more terrified? Internally, I performed a full-speed sliding dajiza. Outwardly, however, all I could do was maintain my fearless smile and reply. The remainder of the first day of the joint camp was spent on orientation, facility explanations, and briefings regarding the assignments that would begin the next day. The actual exams and classes would start tomorrow. Today was mainly for moving into rooms and unpacking. That evening, everyone gathered in the facility's enormous dining hall. Dinner time was the only opportunity for boys and girls to interact. Carrying my tray, I immediately spotted Hiyori and sat beside her. Ichinos and Kanzaki soon took the seats across from us. Though the moon may hide itself and darkness deepen, as long as your radiance remains, I shall never lose my way. Have you been well, Hiyori? Translation: Hiyori, good work today. It was a long day. Are you feeling okay? Yes, I'm fine. Good work to you too, Sōsuke-kun. Just seeing her smile instantly restored all my mental energy. Meanwhile, Kanzaki sat slumped over in gloom. Because my right hand was weak, we ended up grouped with D-class upperclassmen. Instead of maximizing rewards, we've greatly increased our risk of being dragged down. It's not your fault, Kanzaki-kun. It was just luck. Ichinos hurriedly reassured him. But Kanzaki remained depressed. I quietly set down my chopsticks. If you have time to curse your right hand, use it instead to grasp the sword that overturns the board itself. Before a gathering of absolute individuals such as ourselves, any hand dealt is merely another stepping stone to victory. Worry not. Translation: don't sweat it. With our class, we can cover for any upperclassmen and still win. Hiyori smiled gently. Sōsuke-kun is saying that our class is strong enough to compensate, so you don't need to worry. Let's work hard together. Kanzaki finally looked up. You're right. If I stay discouraged, it'll affect everyone else too. I'll move forward. Now then, tell me how the stars have aligned for each of you. When I asked, Hiyori and Ichinos exchanged glances. I ended up with Himino-san, Shiranami-san, and Kobashi-san. The rest of the group is made up of 3 or 4 students from each class. Then she added, oh, and Sōsuke-kun. I ended up in the same large group as Tachibana-senpai. It seems her small group is centered around third-year Class B students. My eyes narrowed internally. Third-year Class B. Just as I thought. Tachibana-senpai is the target. Manabu-senpai has probably already prepared countermeasures, but having Hiyori there makes me feel even safer. What about you, Ichinos? I'm the leader of my small group. It's mainly A-class students. I gathered 6 athletic, capable girls like Tsub-san and Hatsukawa-san, then added 2 or 3 students from the other classes. She paused before continuing. But overall, the girls' groups seem much more evenly distributed. There aren't any extreme groups like the boys, where 10 students from the same class ended up together. An 8-day, 7-night camp. Since the girls generally have less physical stamina than the boys, every class chose to spread out their students instead of concentrating them in one group. That minimizes the damage if a group finishes last. A sturdy fortress indeed. I look forward to hearing your song of victory. Translation: sounds solid. If you've gathered the athletic girls, you'll be fine. I'm rooting for you. Leave it to me. We'll show everyone the strength of Class A. As we ate dinner, we encouraged one another and strengthened our resolve for the difficult trials ahead. As we were parting afterward, I stopped Hiyori. The poisonous moths lurking in the darkness may tear off their own wings if it means dragging their prey into the mire. Prepare to deliver absolute judgment should the walls be breached. If there are those who cease advancing or sow discord, whisper their sins into the ears of heaven's messengers. Hiyori blinked once. Then she smiled. You mean, some second and third years might intentionally hold back to drag the large group into last place. So I want the first years to keep watch. If anyone is obviously slacking off or sabotaging the group, report them to the teachers immediately. And if we do finish last, that way Tachibana-senpai can't be falsely blamed and selected as a sacrifice. We'll establish evidence beforehand. She understood everything instantly. As expected of my archangel. I'm counting on you. Of course. Leave it to me, Sōsuke-kun. Her face lit up with delight. With such a dependable archangel on the girl's side, things should be fine. 9:00 p.m. In the first-year boys' dormitory. Inside the large room assigned to our small group, rows of bunk beds lined the walls while students spent their free time together. Alongside our A-class members were Yoshida from Class B, Takedo from Class C, and Ike from Class D. Normally they would be rivals. For this week, however, they were comrades sharing the same roof. Nice to meet you, Yoshida, Takedo, Ike. Things are going to get rough starting tomorrow, but let's do our best together. Shibata took the initiative in lightening the mood. Different classes or not, now that we're grouped together, let's work together properly. Yoshida responded enthusiastically. Ike scratched his head and laughed nervously. I am terrible at studying, but I'll make sure not to drag everyone down. Takedo clicked his tongue. I'll cooperate too. If possible, I'd like first place and those private points. Then he glanced toward me. I sat silently on a bed in the corner, arms folded and eyes closed. Besides, if I drag things down, who knows what that guy might do. Thanks to Shibata and Yoshida's social skills, the group's bonding is going smoothly. Takedo is weirdly terrified of me, but as long as he listens, that's fine. If I start talking too much, the room will turn into something like the Demon King's audience chamber. Better to stay quiet and watch. Outwardly, I radiated the pressure of a final boss. Internally, however, I was smiling contentedly as I watched my classmates interact. Hiyori isn't here this time, so I'm a little worried whether my true intentions will get across properly. But Kanzaki and Shibata will smooth things over. I don't know what ridiculous challenges await us tomorrow. All I can do is lead this group through overwhelming ability. We'll take first place. We'll earn a mountain of class points. And we'll solidify Class A's position at the top. Without anyone noticing, I quietly burned with determination deep inside my heart. Chapter 53, 2417 words. The second morning of the forest training camp, or rather, the brutal mixed-year training camp, came early. At 6 a.m. While the sky was still dim and the freezing mountain air turned every breath white, the members of our large group, spanning from first years to third years, were gathered in the facility's massive kitchen area. As part of the camp's rules, each group had to prepare its own breakfast. It was an important period that not only tested life skills, but also evaluated teamwork and cooperation within the group. I stood in front of my assigned cooking station, skillfully chopping vegetables. Tack, tack, tack. The steady rhythm of my knife striking the cutting board echoed through the room. The second and third-year students beside me stared in amazement. That's practically professional level. While their attention briefly wandered elsewhere, I quietly spoke to the person at the neighboring station. He was a second-year Class D student and the leader of their subgroup, Senior Soma, who was washing rice. How much passion has the false king's decree stolen from your blades? If you intend to step down from the board yourself, I won't show mercy. Translation: Are you planning to hold back in this camp because of Nagumo's orders? If you're going to deliberately drag us down, I won't forgive it. False king. Stolen passion from our blades. What are you talking about? For a moment, Soma stared blankly at my excessively dramatic wording. Then, while enduring the overwhelming pressure I was giving off, he replayed my words in his head and suddenly gasped. He hurriedly checked that no teachers or students from other groups were nearby. Are you talking about the fact that Nagumo ordered us to intentionally slack off? I'm glad you're quick to understand. Without looking away from the vegetables I was cutting, I smiled fearlessly. Soma's shoulders twitched. So you figured it out. Actually, one of Nagumo's subordinates approached us during dinner yesterday. He told us to hold back during this camp and drag you down. And you intend to obey the clown's commands? Translation: I see. So are you planning to follow Nagumo's orders? Like hell we are. Soma snorted bitterly. Even if we help him, under Nagumo's dictatorship only a handful of people would ever get promoted to Class A. There's no guarantee any of us in Class D would benefit. But at the same time, openly defying him and getting targeted isn't exactly appealing. Then what will you do? With how this exam works, Nagumo can't monitor every individual's detailed performance in real time. So we'll tell him we're following orders and slacking off a little. But in reality, we'll just do the exam normally. Nobody's stupid enough to risk expulsion just because he told us to. Makes sense. As an excuse for self-preservation, it was perfectly reasonable. Still, I couldn't rule out the possibility that this was a trap designed to lower my guard. So I increased the pressure another level and fixed him with a cold stare. A wise decision. However, if those words are merely lies intended to deceive me, there is no guarantee your heads will remain attached to your shoulders. Know that betrayal of me is synonymous with destruction. Translation: good. Then I can relax. But if you try to deceive me and sabotage us, I'll be very angry. Faced with my overwhelming pressure, Soma swallowed hard. Cold sweat appeared on his face as he shook his head. Honestly, Aizen, you're scarier to oppose than Nagumo. After seeing that impossible pressure of yours, and hearing the rumors about how you went around destroying club activities back in April. So the club incident had become some kind of terrifying legend among the upperclassmen. Maybe I'd gone a little overboard. Keeping that small regret to myself, I simply replied, then work hard. And I returned my attention to my vegetables. With this, the chances of our large group collapsing internally and sinking to the bottom had become significantly lower. After breakfast, the second day's classes began in earnest. The morning consisted of zazen meditation and ethics lessons in the gymnasium. The afternoon included physical tests and academic lectures in preparation for written exams. The schedule was grueling, draining both body and mind. Yet not a single student from first-year Class A complained. Everyone completed every part of the curriculum perfectly. The section Kanzaki taught me yesterday actually showed up on the test. If things keep going like this afternoon's gonna be easy too. Even Shibata, who wasn't particularly strong academically, was tackling his assignments with determination, sweat on his forehead. The defeat they had experienced during the paper shuffle exam where they had intentionally challenged the powerful Class B and lost points had taught them a painful lesson. It gave them a strong awareness that they needed to improve through their own efforts. Ichino's strategy had paid off beautifully. Meanwhile, the students from other classes who shared our subgroup Yoshida from Class B, Takedo from Class C, and Ike from Class D were also taking their studies seriously. Hey Ike, you're losing focus. If you zone out, we might lose points due to collective responsibility. I know, Takedo. Besides, weren't you the one who got scolded during meditation earlier? The two argued quietly. But neither showed any signs of slacking off. The reason was obvious. Sitting diagonally in front of them was me. Motionless. Perfectly upright. Meditating like a Buddha statue. The moment my eyes drifted toward them, Takedo and Ike stiffened and immediately corrected their posture. My intimidation is functioning perfectly as a monitoring system. Even students from other classes are staying focused because of the pressure I'm giving off. At this rate, we can definitely aim for first place. That evening, during dinner in the large cafeteria, Hiyori and I sat across from one another. Has the moonlight illuminated even the deepest corners of the murky forest? Has mud splashed upon her path? And have poisonous moths gathered around the innocent silver lily? Translation: how's the girls' group doing? Is Tachibana-senpai okay? And has anyone been harassing you? Hiyori nodded with a slightly serious expression. Just as you predicted, the upperclassmen in the girls' large group are being quite obvious about holding back. Their classroom attitudes are poor, and they seem to be intentionally scoring low on quizzes. However, Tachibana-senpai herself hasn't given in to the harassment, and is working very hard. I've also advised her to trust Horikita-senpai and you, and to keep giving her best until the end. Then her expression softened. And there doesn't seem to be any harassment directed toward me at all. Everyone in my subgroup is quiet and serious, so things have been very peaceful. A bright smile bloomed on her face. I became friends with Wang Meiyu from Class D. Not only was she gathering evidence like I had requested yesterday, but she'd also proactively taken care of Tachibana-senpai's emotional state. She's truly an archangel. And she'd even made a new friend. Seeing Hiyori happily report it made my heart warm as well. As I internally gave her a standing ovation, Ichinos and Kanzaki arrived carrying their trays. Sorry to keep you waiting. Good work today, you two. My apologies for being late. Good work, Honami-chan, Kanzaki-kun. How are your groups doing? Hiyori asked. Ichinos answered with her usual bright smile. Really well. Because we gathered students with good stamina, today's physical classes were easy. The girls are doing fine so far. Now we just need to be careful not to let exhaustion build up. Our group is progressing smoothly as well, Kanzaki added. Perhaps thanks to Aizen's overwhelming presence, even students from other classes are desperately keeping up without letting their guard down. Excellent. When individual lights converge into one, they become an absolute radiance that banishes all darkness. There are no blind spots left upon the path we walk. Translation: everyone's doing great. At this rate, all our groups can aim for the top rankings. Let's keep it up. Let's keep pushing all the way to the end. We praised one another's efforts and prepared ourselves for the days ahead. And then came the third day. Once again, first-year class calmly and flawlessly completed every part of the schedule. During breaks and free periods, the academically gifted students led by Kanzaki taught Ike and Takedo in preparation for the written exams. Ike, this formula is not merely a string of symbols. It is a key leading toward truth. Recall yesterday's lesson. If you do, the answer will naturally kneel before you. I have no idea what you're talking about. And what do you mean, a key leading toward truth? That makes it harder to understand. Damn, you can't even solve something this simple. Also, Kanzaki, stop talking weird. It's confusing. The sudden eruption of Kanzaki's full-blown dramatic vocabulary left Ike and Takedo completely bewildered. Immediately, Shibata burst out laughing. Stop, Kanzaki. Ichinos seriously asked me to keep watch so you wouldn't start talking weird again. Just explain it normally. My apologies. It seems my senses have become overly sharpened. Anyway, if you substitute the numbers here. The moment Kanzaki corrected himself, laughter spread throughout the room. The atmosphere became warm and relaxed. Yoshida from Class B, already an excellent student, quietly worked on his own assignments while occasionally chatting with the others. Kanzaki, I'm already terrified about what's going to happen during the final speech event. If you start reciting poetic nonsense as naturally as breathing, this entire group is doomed. Outwardly, I continued projecting the intimidating aura of an absolute ruler. Inside, however, I was sweating bullets. Our cooperation with students from other classes had improved tremendously. Kanzaki and the others were taking good care of everyone. At this rate, the written exam shouldn't be a problem. Watching their interactions from a short distance away, I felt both reassured and slightly nervous. That evening during dinner, the members of Class A sat together around a large table. Naturally, Hiyori was seated beside me, happily eating her hamburger steak. A short distance away, Ichinos and Kanzaki were discussing the situations within each group. While I calmly poured tea for Hiyori, Himino suddenly sighed. Honestly, Aizen-kun. Even though you're always acting so arrogant, you're surprisingly easy to read when you're with Shina-san. I don't know how to explain it. Your words and attitude are the same as always. But whenever you look at Shina-san, your eyes get incredibly soft. It's obvious you've completely let your guard down. Watching it is almost embarrassing. Himino smirked teasingly. My body automatically produces intimidating expressions and dramatic dialogue regardless of my intentions. Does that mean that no matter how much spiritual pressure coating I put on my exterior, my internal feelings of Hiyori is adorable? My archangel are leaking through anyway. I was shaken to my core. The realization that cracks had formed in my perfect Demon King's mask filled me with horror. Meanwhile, Hiyori blushed brightly. Yet she looked genuinely happy. Sōsuke-kun is a very kind person. Seriously, Shina-san. You become so happy whenever the topic is Aizen-kun. Himino shrugged. Then she remembered something. By the way, you two finally started dating, huh? You gathered 20 million points in just 1 month and forcibly transferred her into the class. I honestly thought you'd been dating long before that. That's right. Hiyori lowered her head shyly. You always seemed mutually in love. For someone who acts so arrogant all the time, Aizen-kun, are you surprisingly a coward when it comes to romance? Critical hit. She had struck directly at my weakness. It was true. I had been terrified of ruining our friendship, and never found the courage to take the first step myself. Being called a coward to my face hurt. Still, I couldn't show any weakness. Maintaining a calm expression, I brushed back my bangs. I will not deny it. Upon a board that has achieved perfect equilibrium, advancing a new piece is no simple matter. The one who shattered the cage known as stagnation and guided me into unknown territory was the noble courage she displayed. I merely bowed before that light and allowed myself to be led by the hand. Translation: that's exactly right. Hiyori was the one who found the courage to cross the boundary between friendship and romance for the cowardly me. I'm incredibly grateful to her. My archangel is amazing. Hiyori smiled even more brightly. Then she happily translated. Because I was too afraid of losing what we had, I couldn't move forward myself. It was thanks to Hiyori finding the courage to share her feelings that we reached where we are now. Right. Himino waved dismissively. Watching you two is making me embarrassed. Yet her expression looked oddly amused. I never expected Himino to see through me this completely. But if Hiyori is happy, then that's fine. I'll maintain my dignity as a demon king, while openly expressing my love for Hiyori. That's my justice. And so, amid a warm atmosphere and some light teasing from Himino, the third day of the brutal mixed training camp passed without any major incidents. The malice Nagumo was stirring behind the scenes had become little more than a trivial game to me. Certainly, with the upperclassmen conspiring to intentionally underperform, there was a high possibility that the large group containing Tachibana-senpai would finish in last place. But it didn't matter. The condition for companion expulsion only applied to students who could be proven to have clearly hindered the group. And now, thanks to Hiyori, objective evidence was steadily accumulating before the teacher's eyes. Tachibana-senpai was working harder than anyone else. The upperclassmen were the ones blatantly slacking off. Which meant that even if the group finished last, it would be absolutely impossible under the school's rules for a Nagumo-affiliated leader to designate Tachibana-senpai as a companion expulsion target. I wonder what kind of face Nagumo will make when he realizes his harassment of Tachibana-senpai has been completely neutralized. A little part of me is looking forward to finding out. In the depths of the quiet night, I deepened my smile, confident in victory, and gracefully closed my eyes as I prepared for the second half of the camp. Chapter 54, 2,333 words. The grueling mixed training camp, scheduled to last 7 nights and 8 days, had finally reached its midpoint, day 4. Even on this day, the students of first-year Class A continued to clear every part of the curriculum without issue. In fact, they were performing so well that they were practically dragging students from other classes, and even upperclassmen forward with them. That trend was especially noticeable in the large group I belonged to. My small group teammates Ike, Takedo, and Yoshida had been confused and hesitant on the first day of camp, but now they had been completely swept up in Class A's pace, and were tackling every assignment seriously. It happened during the brief period of free time between the afternoon fitness tests and dinner. As I quenched my thirst with the water we'd been provided, the third-year group leader, Gonda-senpai, approached me with a somewhat nervous expression. "Yo, Aizen. Good work today." "Likewise. You have my gratitude for your efforts as well. You're seriously something else." Gonda scratched his head awkwardly and looked straight at me. To be honest, after hearing about the club destruction incident back in April, I thought you were some kind of demon. But after working with you during this camp, I've changed my opinion a little. He paused. I'm a third year, so I know just how amazing Horikita Manabu is. I honestly thought there wasn't anyone in this school who could surpass him. His gaze sharpened. But after seeing that overwhelming presence of yours, and the way you've been leading this entire group. A smile spread across his face. I can't help thinking you've already got power comparable to Horikita himself. Whoa. A third year just compared me to Manabu-senpai, that perfect superhuman. I'm so happy. But come on, I'm nowhere near his level yet. I wanted to modestly reply, not at all. Unfortunately, my mouth belonged to a man burdened with an absurdly powerful ego. What came out instead was the usual arrogant poetic nonsense. The only thing I seek is the summit of heaven, a place no one has ever reached before. I brushed aside my bangs dramatically. I am honored by the comparison, but my journey will not stop. Gonda froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. That's some confidence. He shook his head. But honestly, someone like you might really surpass Horikita someday. Then he grinned. I'm counting on you from here on out, Aizen. Senpai, you're too broad-minded. You can laugh off something that arrogant. While we were talking, Soma-senpai, the second-year leader, joined us. Gonda-senpai's right. He sighed. If only our year had someone with overwhelming power like yours. His expression darkened. Then maybe we wouldn't have ended up under Nagumo's control, following all these ridiculous orders. I get wanting to rely on a strong leader. But that doesn't mean you should stop fighting and just obey someone stronger. Nagumo only became a dictator because everyone gave up so quickly. This is the perfect chance to give some passionate advice about independence. I straightened my posture, intending to say, don't depend on others. Stand on your own feet and keep fighting. Naturally, what came out instead sounded like the philosophy of a tyrannical Dark Lord. All creatures want to believe in something bigger than themselves. They cannot live without blind obedience. And to escape the pressure of that trust, those in whom faith is placed in turn look for someone higher than themselves. And then those people in turn look for someone even stronger. I closed my eyes. That is how all kings are born. My gaze sharpened. That is how all gods are born. The words struck Soma-senpai like a blade. You merely created the king known as Nagumo because of your own weakness. My voice turned cold. You crawled upon the ground, blaming your defeat on circumstance, and broke your own fangs. That weakness belongs to no one but yourselves. Translation: Nagumo only became a tyrant because you all gave up and followed him. Stop relying on others and fight for yourselves. Soma stared at me as though lightning had struck him. Then he clenched his fists. You're right. His voice trembled. We convinced ourselves we couldn't beat Nagumo. We chose blind obedience. We're the ones who turned him into a tyrant. For a moment he looked down. When he raised his head again, a fierce determination burned in his eyes. You've opened my eyes, Aizen. He slammed a fist into his palm. I'll fight in my own way. No more clinging to someone else. His voice rang with conviction. We're taking first place in this exam no matter what, and we're going to shove it right in Nagumo's face. Gonda joined in. We'll show him the pride of the third years. I accidentally quoted a famous speech and acted all high and mighty. But somehow I actually reignited their fighting spirit. Morale in our group is now at maximum. Internally relieved, I merely offered a calm smile. That evening at dinner, I sat with Hiyori, Ichinos, and Kanzaki, discussing the day's progress and our plans for the second half of camp. Tachibana-senpai is continuing to work hard despite the atmosphere around her, Hiyori reported. I'm gathering evidence while supporting her, so please don't worry. Our group's doing well too, Kanzaki added. Class A has been helping the other classes properly. I nodded in satisfaction. Then heavy footsteps interrupted the peaceful mood. Yo, first years. A familiar voice spoke. You all seem pretty relaxed. Looking up, I saw the newly appointed student council president, Nagumo Miyabi. Hidden irritation and dark emotions swirled behind his eyes. His voice was low and threatening. When you're done eating, come outside. I've got something to discuss with you. He finally noticed. Thanks to Hiyori and the others gathering evidence, targeting Tachibana-senpai for an expulsion by association has effectively become impossible. Looks like he's panicking enough to come confront me directly. Still as short-tempered as ever. I silently signaled Hiyori and the others to return without me. Then I rose and followed Nagumo out of the cafeteria. The confrontation he led me to a secluded courtyard at the edge of the facility. Cold winter winds swept through the darkness. The moment we were alone, Nagumo discarded his fake smile. You bastard. His eyes narrowed. How long have you known? When did you figure out I was targeting Tachibana-senpai? His shout echoed through the night. I stood with both hands in my coat pockets and answered emotionlessly. From the beginning. Don't give me that bullshit.
You misunderstand. I met his gaze. I truly mean from the beginning. My voice remained calm. The moment I heard the absurd rule regarding expulsion by association in the student council room, a faint smile appeared.
It was easy to predict where someone as shallow as you would direct his attention. Nagumo's face twisted with rage. You lack the courage and ability to defeat the former king directly. My voice cut through the darkness. So instead you throw mud from outside the board. I looked down at him. Targeting Horikita Manabu's right-hand woman in order to shake him. That is the kind of stale plot favored by third-rate villains. Nagumo stepped forward furiously. Don't act so damn superior. His lips curled into a vicious grin. I know you've been using that girl from your class to report upperclassmen who were trying to sabotage Tachibana-senpai. He sneered. You think you've stopped me? His eyes glinted maliciously. Don't get cocky, Aizen. I control the entire second year. Then he spoke the words that crossed the line. That girl you care about. I can switch targets. His grin widened. I can make sure she gets expelled instead. My heart pounded. I'd already considered the possibility that he'd target Hiyori. He actually said it. He openly declared that he'd hurt my precious angel. That he'd use her as a threat against me. This guy. He's really human garbage. Reason ceased to matter. All at once a cold, pitch-black fury erupted inside me. Anyone who threatened Hiyori's safety. Anyone who tried to harm her. My heart and soul rejected their existence absolutely. The air itself seemed to grow heavier. The entire courtyard was swallowed by crushing pressure. It felt as though the atmosphere itself was screaming. And then, my mouth began speaking on its own. Seeping crest of turbidity. What the hell are you, arrogant vessel of lunacy? Hey, what are you talking about? Nagumo suddenly staggered. His face lost all color. It looked as if invisible weight had crushed his shoulders. The killing intent and pressure pouring from me overwhelmed his very instincts as a living creature. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud, fill with soil, and know your own powerlessness. I opened my eyes. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji, nothing happened. Of course. There was no spiritual power in this world. No black gravitational coffin materialized. No distortion of space appeared. Only a quiet winter wind passed through the courtyard. Wait a second. This is the first time I've ever genuinely lost my temper in my life. And when I do, my system automatically outputs the full black coffin incantation. I was literally trying to kill him. Thank goodness nothing actually happened. Internally, I screamed at myself. Yet the final boss aura pouring from me was so overwhelming that supernatural effects weren't even necessary. Nagumo couldn't understand a single word I had said. But the murderous intent behind those words. The absolute aura of death. The instinctive certainty that his life was in danger. All of it shattered him. What is this pressure? Nagumo collapsed to his knees. His teeth chattered violently. Fear-pure, genuine fear filled his eyes. The arrogance and anger were gone. Only terror remained. This is bad. He's genuinely about to wet himself from intimidation alone. Calm down, me. If I push any harder, he might actually pass out. All I need is to warn him not to touch Hiyori. I took a breath. Maintaining the overwhelming pressure, I looked down at him as though he were an insect. This warning will only be given once. My voice was ice cold. If you so much as dim her light. The pressure intensified. I will erase your entire little garden and everything within it. Nagumo tried to glare back. His body refused to obey. He shook like a newborn deer. Reason exists for those who cannot go on living without clinging to it. My gaze pierced him. Did you truly believe your petty logic could bind me? Nagumo fell completely silent. Unable to speak. Unable even to rise from the ground. I nearly died of embarrassment after accidentally reciting the full black coffin chant. But if an incantation with zero spiritual pressure scared him this badly, I'll call it a success. After a trauma this severe, even Nagumo won't dare target Hiyori. Without sparing the defeated man another glance, I turned away. Like a shadow disappearing into the night, I returned to my room. The cooperation within our small group grew stronger every day. Ike pumped his fist. This was one of the questions Kanzaki taught me yesterday. Takedo smirked. Those Class A guys are actually pretty good teachers. As expected, Yoshida said admiringly. Class A's unity and Aizen's leadership are incredible. Yep. Ike, Takedo, and Yoshida have completely blended in with everyone from our class now. There are still a few days left in camp, but at this rate we'll finish without any problems. Seriously, everyone in our class is amazing. Feeling proud, I quietly watched over their efforts. That night. Later that evening, while spending some quiet time in the lounge, Hiyori leaned close after confirming nobody was nearby. Sōsuke-kun. She lowered her voice. Today the upperclassmen stopped slacking off and participated seriously. There was no interference with Tachibana-senpai either. She tilted her head. Do you think Nagumo-senpai gave up after realizing we were gathering evidence? I lowered my eyes slightly. Then, in a gentle voice meant only for her, I briefly explained what had happened the previous night. I smiled faintly. But after realizing that, a fool tried to change his target to you. My eyes narrowed. So I gave him a small lesson. If anything happened to you. My voice softened. It would be my fault for asking you to take such a dangerous role. I looked directly at her. I'm sorry. Then I swore, but no matter what darkness approaches, I will protect you. Hiyori's eyes widened. A smile bloomed on her face. A smile warmer than spring sunlight. Please don't apologize, Sōsuke-kun. Her voice was gentle. Tachibana-senpai is a very kind person. I didn't want her to be unfairly expelled either. She clasped her hands together. And more than anything, a proud smile appeared. I'm happy that I could help protect someone important to you. So please continue relying on me. She looked at me sincerely. I want to be of help to you. An angel. The ultimate angel. There is absolutely no one else in this world this kind. No one who cares about me this much. She's seriously the greatest girlfriend in existence. Internally, I was crying waterfalls. I barely resisted the urge to prostrate myself before her divine radiance. Externally, however, I remained the perfect demon king. With a stylish smile, I gently stroked her silvery hair. As long as your light guides me, I will never lose my way. I narrowed my eyes affectionately. Thank you, Hiyori. Deep within the quiet night, the camp was only halfway over. Yet the greatest threat hanging over us had already fallen silent. Carrying with us our unshakable bond and the confidence to overcome the remaining days, we shared a quiet smile together. Chapter 55, 2,737 words. The grueling mixed training camp, which had stretched across a long 7 nights and 8 days, had finally reached the morning of its final day. Today was the day of the final examination, where everything learned over the previous 6 days would be put to the test. The average scores of both the large groups and small groups would be calculated across all subjects, and enormous amounts of private points and class points would be awarded or deducted based on the rankings. It was, quite literally, the decisive battle. In the chilly gymnasium before breakfast, while the morning silence still lingered, the members of our combined first, second, and third-year large group gathered in a circle for a final confirmation. It's finally the last day. Third-year leader Gonda-senpai swallowed nervously and muttered those words. We've made it this far without losing a single person, and at the best pace possible. Aizen, could you give us a final word to fire everyone up? Second-year leader Soma-senpai looked at me with a serious expression. Behind him stood Kanzaki, Shibata, Ike, Takedo, Yoshida, the other first-years, and all the second- and third-year students, all directing expectant gazes toward me. Yowu, this is a lot of pressure. Even the second- and third-years are completely relying on me as their leader. As the representative of the first-years, I should give a humble and passionate speech like, let's all work together and do our best. I straightened my posture and tried to put on a refreshing smile. However, what emerged from the mouth of someone blessed with an overwhelmingly powerful ego was, naturally, the speech of an arrogant conqueror. There is no need to thirst for victory. At my quiet yet deeply resonant voice, everyone held their breath. We are already seated upon the throne called victory. The strength you have cultivated over these 6 days has already reached heights that surpass others. Therefore, do not panic. Do not burden yourselves. Simply unleash the light within yourselves and show those foolish enough to chase after us the absolute gap of despair that separates us. Translation: you've all become strong enough over these 6 days, so there's no need to panic. Just stay calm, perform as usual, and we'll definitely win. Let's do our best. Shall we proceed? The summit of heaven awaits us. Ooh. The entire large group erupted into thunderous cheers. Amazing. As long as Aizen is here, I don't feel like we can lose at all. We're the strongest. Let's show them the gap of despair. It turned into another ridiculously arrogant speech, but everyone's morale just shot through the roof, so it's fine. I've been spouting arrogant poetry this entire camp, but somehow this demon lord aura keeps boosting my charisma and perfectly uniting the group. So the result is all that matters. While screaming internally, I merely displayed a fearless smile on the outside. And thus, the final examinations began. During Zazen meditation, nobody moved even slightly, maintaining perfect posture throughout. After being conditioned by the pressure I constantly emitted, the gaze of teachers felt no more threatening than a gentle breeze. In the relay race, everyone displayed the fruits of their training without reservation. During the written tests, the nighttime study sessions led by Kanzaki paid off brilliantly. Even Ike and Takedo, who normally struggled academically, filled in their answers smoothly without ever stopping their pencils. Then came the greatest hurdle for me, the speech examination. Please. This time, just let me give a normal, humble speech like a proper high school student. Let me speak normally for once, mouth. Praying desperately in my heart, I stepped onto the podium and looked at the teachers serving as judges. Start with a polite greeting. Teachers, thank you for evaluating us today. I quietly opened my mouth. The likes of you intend to evaluate me. It strikes me as a bit comical. What are you saying? I was just trying to greet them normally. Why are you insulting the judges 1 second into the speech? That's not what I meant. It was just a figure of speech. But my mouth would not stop. Once the stylish poetry began flowing, nobody could stop it. Forget it. Switch gears. Next is the reflection on camp. During these 6 days, each of us grew stronger while pursuing our goals. Living creatures are fascinating things. Anything their insignificant hearts sincerely wish for can, in fact, be realized. The path we have walked these 6 days, stained by mud yet driven by aspiration, serves as proof. Those powerless larvae who could do nothing but crawl came to recognize their own insignificance, struggled against it, and ultimately ascended into dragons soaring across the heavens. Teachers, group members, I'm so sorry for calling everyone insignificant and powerless larvae. I just wanted to say we all worked hard and grew together. Despite my inner panic, I stood proudly atop the podium and projected overwhelming dominance. At least finish properly. From here onward, let's carry these experiences into our school lives. Losers lament the nature of the world and settle for the status quo. But I am different. Winners must speak not of what the world is, but of what it ought to be. And those who create that ideal world are the ones who govern all things from the highest reaches. Yet look around. There exists no absolute being to guide us. Not even a God. However, the unbearable vacancy upon the throne of heaven ends today. From this day forth, I will stand in heaven. Gaia. Why are you talking down to everyone again? This was supposed to be a camp reflection speech. Why are we discussing the nature of the world and taking over heaven? And there you go trying to stand atop heaven again. How obsessed are you with heaven? This is definitely getting me expelled. I mentally collapsed into despair. But instead of angry shouting, the gymnasium was enveloped in silence. And then thunderous applause. Amazing. What a dignified speech. What overwhelming charisma. The determination to pursue greater heights, transform the world itself, and stand atop heaven. To possess such ideals at this age. The teachers themselves looked deeply moved. They nodded repeatedly while furiously writing on their evaluation sheets. Though I couldn't see the exact scores, their expressions made it obvious that they were awarding the highest evaluations possible. Why are the teachers impressed too? I basically insulted them at the beginning. How is this getting a high score? Where is your professional pride as educators? At least get angry. Meanwhile, my group members were completely captivated. As expected of Aizen, even the world he sees is on a completely different level from ours. I'm glad I followed him. Not only my fellow first years, but even the second and third years stared at me with shining eyes as though worshipping a savior. What is happening in this space? I literally just recited cringe poetry with confidence. Why am I turning into the leader of some cult? Amid this feverish atmosphere, nobody could possibly criticize my performance. As a result, I achieved perfect scores in every category, including the speech examination. By 3 in the afternoon, all examinations had concluded. Every member of our large group wore expressions filled with confidence and somehow an alarming amount of loyalty toward me. That evening, all students gathered in the gymnasium for the announcement of results. A teacher stood on stage. Now then, the rankings for the boys' large groups. First place. Gonda Group, Aizen. Yeeees. The entire group exploded in celebration. The group, largely composed of second- and third-year Class D students, who had been dismissed as bottom-tier candidates, had defeated all rivals and claimed first place. Second place, Ninomiya Group, Horikita. Third place, Ishikura Group, Nagumo. The rankings continued. Then came the first-year boys' small group rankings. First place, Kanzaki Group. Second place, Katsuragi Group. Third place, Yukimura Group. Fourth place, Kaneda Group. Fifth place, Hirata Group. Sixth place, Miyake Group. The Class A boys celebrated enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Nagumo Miyabi, having finished only third among large groups, clicked his tongue in frustration. Then someone approached him. Former Student Council President Horikita Manabu. Looks like I won this match, Nagumo. Nagumo glared at him. It's not like you beat me personally, I knew about all the pathetic schemes you were carrying out behind the scenes. Aizen warned me beforehand. He predicted you wouldn't challenge me directly, and would instead target my classmates, especially Tachibana. Nagumo's expression stiffened. I trusted that Tachibana would never sabotage her own group no matter how unfairly she was treated. I knew she would produce results and leave no opening to be selected as collateral damage. I thought you were a man who at least didn't lie when it came to competition. Apparently I was mistaken. If all you can do is drag others into your schemes and throw mud from outside the board, then you are no longer worth facing. I will never accept your challenge again. The icy declaration struck harder than any defeat. Nagumo gritted his teeth. Then his eyes met mine. Instantly, his shoulders twitched. The overwhelming pressure and terror he had experienced when I fully chanted Kurohitsuji flashed back through his mind. His face paled. He immediately looked away. Looks like that trauma runs pretty deep. Honestly, maybe I should have just overwhelmed him with sheer force from the beginning instead of dealing with all his annoying schemes. Normal people don't suddenly perform the full incantation for Kurohitsuji in public. That would have become a lifelong Black History memory. The girls' results were then announced. No group fell below the expulsion threshold. Although the large group containing Hiyori and Tachibana finished last among the large groups due to deliberate sabotage from upperclassmen, the evidence Hiyori and the others had continuously provided prevented any penalties from being enforced. As a result, all small groups safely cleared the required line. Finally, the class point changes appeared on the screen. First year class point changes. Class change. A class plus 241, B class plus 51, C class minus 22, D class plus 46. Current class points. Class points. A class, Ichinos, 1248 CP. B class, Sakayanaji, 1025 CP. C class, Ryuan, 536 CP. D class, Horikita, 146 CP. So that's how the points were distributed. Exactly as planned, an overwhelming victory for Class A. The Class A students erupted with joy. We did it. The gap with Class B got even bigger. Class points up. Private points up. No expulsions. And most importantly, Tachibana-senpai was protected. I clenched my fist internally. Sōsuke-kun. Immediately after dismissal, Hiyori ran toward me. A radiant smile covered her face. I knew you'd take first place on the boys' side. Yo-wo. Hiyori praised me. The smile of the great angel is too dazzling. All that effort was worth it. Outwardly, I merely smiled elegantly. It was the inevitable result. The path we walked was simply the shortest road to victory. Hee, yes. Soon Gonda-senpai and Soma-senpai approached as well. It's all thanks to you. Without your words, our spirits would have broken halfway through. This is the result of you standing on your own feet. I nodded calmly at their gratitude. Then, once things settled down slightly, Horikita Manabu and Tachibana approached. Aizen-kun. Shina-san. Tears filled Tachibana's eyes. She thanked Hiyori for supporting her throughout the camp, and helping her endure the harassment. Hiyori gently held her hands. Please raise your head, Tachibana-senpai. You kept working hard until the very end, so we simply did everything we could to support you. The warmth of their interaction touched me deeply. Tachibana then thanked me as well. Don't worry about it. The reason the sheath retained its form is because you never lost your brilliance, even while standing in the mud. I merely prevented that brilliance from being unjustly tarnished. Translation: you succeeded because you never gave up and kept trying your best. I only helped a little. Tachibana laughed through her tears. You really are as arrogant as ever. But thank you. Then Manabu stepped forward. Thanks to you, we avoided the worst outcome. You completely shut down Nagumo's scheme by sealing off all of his options. It was impressive. This exam was your victory. Even in the large group rankings, your group beat mine. No. I didn't beat Manabu-senpai. My group was just unusually motivated. He's still amazing. I tried to answer humbly. Naturally, my mouth refused. As long as a king remains a king, his throne does not waver. However, the scenery I seek has always existed beyond that point. This time, I merely happened to fly a little higher. Manabu widened his eyes slightly. Immediately, Hiyori translated. Even though I won this time, Manabu-senpai is still a wonderful senior whom I deeply respect, and I will continue to respect him in the future, is what our Sōsuke is saying. Did you just say, our Sōsuke? You totally did. That's adorable. Too adorable. Manabu smiled. Having someone like Shina who understands your words better than anyone else must be one of your strengths. Then he continued. Aizen, I'm glad I entrusted the vice president position to you. Lead the student council and this school with the power that allows you to reach such heights. Tachibana nodded. I believe the student council will be fine as long as Aizen-kun is the vice president. Senpais. You understand the respect hidden beneath my ridiculous poetry perfectly. I'll follow you forever. Please don't graduate. Stay at school forever. Though tears flowed inside my heart, outwardly I simply maintained the elegant smile of a demon lord and bowed deeply. After the announcements and dismissal procedures ended, we boarded the large buses that would take us back to school. The bus was filled with excitement. That was exhausting, but the result was amazing. Everyone worked so hard. Ichino stood and addressed the class. We turned the frustration from the paper shuffle exam into success here. We expanded our lead over Class B again, but let's keep improving and never let our guard down. Afterward, Ichino's walked to the back of the bus where I sat. Hiyori was asleep, resting her head against my shoulder. Hiyori-chan worked really hard. Ichino smiled gently. Thank you, Aizen-kun. Class A's huge victory was possible because the boys got first place. I'm sorry. If we girls had finished second or higher, we could have earned even more class points. I wasn't good enough. Your group was dealing with Nagumo's interference too. Just protecting your points and avoiding expulsions under those circumstances was a huge achievement. I need to encourage her properly. I prepared comforting words. Naturally, my mouth produced demon lord philosophy instead. There is no need to harvest every fruit within sight. Only when a victor leaves an appropriate margin does the board continue to turn beautifully. The results you protected amidst adversity are precisely the foundation I desired. Ichino's blinked. Normally Hiyori would have translated. But she was asleep. After a few seconds, Ichino smiled brightly. Your words are as grand as ever, Aizen-kun. But you're encouraging me, right? Thank you. I'll work even harder in the next exam. She understood even without Hiyori's translation. Thank goodness. I nodded quietly. As Ichinos returned to her seat, I looked out the bus window. I told Ichinos that, but honestly, the current point gap is ideal. If we'd widened the lead too much, the lower classes might have formed an alliance to drag us down. I thought about the major figures in the other classes. Ryuin, Sakayanagi, and Kiyotaka. Ryuin may be hiding in the background now, but he'll return stronger than ever. If those three ever joined forces, they'd be a serious threat. They're all the type who'll use any means necessary to win. That's why keeping Class B within reach is useful. It spreads out their attention and preserves hope that they can still catch us. This moderate lead is the optimal position. Satisfied with the state of the board, I gently leaned my shoulder against Hiyori's. The grueling 7-night, 8-day mixed training camp had finally ended. The many malicious schemes that threatened to shake the board had been overcome, and we had taken another powerful step toward even greater heights. Chapter 56, 2098 words. Several days had passed since we safely returned to school after the grueling 7-night, 8-day mixed training camp. February had arrived, and as winter's harsh cold deepened, the unity within our first-year Class A had reached unprecedented heights. After school, our classroom remained lively as voluntary study sessions continued day after day, making full use of the teamwork we had cultivated during the camp. Hey, about this formula application, could you explain it, Kenzaki-kun? Looking at the trends from the previous quiz. Ichino-san, can I see your notes over here? Of course. Let's memorize it together. At the front of the classroom, centered around Ichinos and Kenzaki, our classmates taught one another in a friendly yet earnest atmosphere. Having overcome the camp together, the entire class had developed a genuine awareness and sense of solidarity centered around becoming students worthy of Class A. Yeah. This is wonderful. Everyone is independently trying to raise the overall strength of the class. I watched my steadily growing classmates with quiet satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the student council room after school. Recently, the atmosphere there had undergone a dramatic transformation. The new student council president, Nagumo Miyabi, sat at his desk staring blankly into space like a shell of his former self. His arrogant smile and persistent attempts to undermine me had vanished completely. Unfortunately, he'd also become practically useless. Seeing his abnormal condition, Vice President Kiriyama, Secretaries Mizawaki and Tanakawa, and the other officers were visibly uneasy around him. As a result, the entire student council's work had nearly ground to a halt. Which was hardly surprising. On the final day of the camp, he had been utterly abandoned by President Horikita Manabu, the person whose acknowledgement he had desperately sought. More importantly, there was the fully chanted black coffin I had unleashed in a fit of rage that night in the courtyard. The overwhelming pressure and terror of death accompanying it had carved a deep trauma into his heart. Every time Nagumo saw me, his shoulders twitched violently, and he avoided making eye contact at all costs. What's wrong, Mr. Student Council President? Daydreaming in front of that mountain of paperwork. You look like someone being threatened by an invisible monster. Sitting elegantly on the guest sofa, Kiryuin-senpai teased him with a mischievous grin. Shut up, Kiryuin. Nagumo flinched. Even his rebuttal lacked strength, and he quickly lowered his gaze again. After glancing at him, Kiryuin turned toward me with obvious amusement. Aizen, what do you think? Why do you suppose the fangs of that once confident man broke so easily? I slowly lifted my eyes from the documents in front of me and answered with the cold demeanor of a demon king. Who knows? Perhaps the weight of a temporary crown simply proved too much for a fragile neck to bear. Quite right. What a masterpiece. Kiryuin laughed cheerfully at my insolent response. Kiryuin-senpai definitely suspects I did something to Nagumo. But she's the type who only cares about seeing something entertaining. She won't pry into the details. Thank goodness. If anyone ever found out I stood there proudly reciting the full chant of Black Coffin, the embarrassment alone would destroy me. That middle school syndrome Black history absolutely cannot be revealed to anyone. Wiping cold sweat from my brow internally, I maintained a calm expression and looked out the window. More importantly, Soma-senpai's second-year Class D successfully moved up to Class C after taking first place in the large group rankings. That success became a catalyst. Other second-years who had submitted to Nagumo's dictatorship are beginning to develop hope and the will to rebel. Nagumo's once absolute regime is now unmistakably heading toward collapse. After finishing my student council duties, I headed down a quiet hallway toward the library, where Hiyori was waiting for me. "Wait, Aizen." A desperate voice suddenly called out from behind. When I turned around, I saw Kiriyama from second-year Class B. He had served on the student council during Manabu-senpai's administration, but after Manabu's graduation, he had surrendered to Nagumo's regime and joined his faction. "Do you need something? What did you do to Nagumo?" Kiriyama glared at me with bloodshot eyes. "Ever since the camp, something's been wrong with him. He's lost the drive to lead the second years and spends all his time acting terrified of something. As long as I followed his orders, I was supposed to graduate from Class A for sure. But now, because you broke him, my entire plan is falling apart." I let out a deep internal sigh. What is this guy talking about? He acted like he admired Manabu-senpai, but the moment Manabu graduated, he surrendered to Nagumo's power and points. That was pathetic enough. And now that his own chance of graduating from Class A is in danger, he's blaming me and taking it out on me. Frankly, I was speechless. Nagumo Miyabi certainly had serious flaws in both personality and methods. But he undeniably possessed the ability and charisma necessary to dominate the entire second-year cohort through fear and points. What about the man standing before me? He had never tried to change anything himself. He depended on Manabu. Then depended on Nagumo. And now he was shouting at an underclassman because his own self-preservation was threatened. If he truly respected Manabu-senpai, why hadn't he challenged Nagumo's dictatorship directly? Why hadn't he fought with his own strength like Soma-senpai and the others? The ultimate example of blaming others. No ability. No resolve. Just a parasite clinging to whoever is strongest for personal gain. He's even worse than Nagumo. Just a small fry. I stopped walking and pierced him with an icy gaze. Did you truly believe that tracing another's footsteps would allow you to stand at the summit? Intimidated by the coldness in my voice, Kiriyama faltered. A mud puppet incapable of walking on its own feet, capable only of parasitizing the strong, has no right to speak of the heavens. A man who borrows Nagumo's authority and throws stones from a place of safety dares blame his own incompetence on circumstances. If you lack the resolve to move the board with your own hands, then you are already obsolete. Spend the rest of your life crawling in that miserable swamp. My arrogant yet devastatingly accurate words cut through his pitiful pride at the root. His face turned pale. Unable to respond, he simply stood there frozen. Maybe I went a little too far. But people who only know how to cling to others need to be completely shattered once, otherwise they'll become troublesome later. Shrugging inwardly, I left without another glance and continued toward the library. Opening the library door, I found Hiyori in her usual special seat, absorbed in a book. The winter sunset streamed through the windows, illuminating her silver thread-like hair. Her calm and beautiful profile resembled a masterpiece painting. The irritation Kiriyama left behind is being purified instantly. I've been waiting for you, Sōsuke-kun. Noticing my footsteps, Hiyori greeted me with a smile as warm as spring sunlight. The path leading to where you wait is always as light as a feather. Speaking stylish nonsense as usual, I sat across from her and immersed myself in a peaceful period of reading. Several dozen minutes passed. Then 2 sets of quiet footsteps approached. What a coincidence, Aizen-kun. Looking up from my book, I saw Susan Horikita from Class D, and behind her, Kiyotaka Ayanokoji with his usual expressionless face. Kiyotaka and Horikita-san. A library date. How youthful. I was delighted to see my friends. But Horikita was glaring at me with eyes sharp enough to kill. During the sports festival, my class ended up dragging your class down. I wasn't capable enough to keep everyone united. I apologize. She lowered her head slightly, but unmistakably. Whoa. I blinked in surprise. Horikita-san, the girl who never admitted fault, is acknowledging her own shortcomings and apologizing. She's grown so much. As expected of Manabu-senpai's sister. She's truly developing as a class leader. I wanted to applaud her remarkable growth. But before I could, she continued. There's also something I'd like to ask. What exactly did you do to Ike during the camp? It's good that he's studying seriously now, but his behavior has become extremely strange. The unexpected accusation threw me into panic. Ike. There weren't any signs back then. How long was the incubation period? I clutched my head internally at the realization that my stylish influence had somehow become a cross-class epidemic. Unaware of my turmoil, Horikita looked directly into my eyes. I gave him nothing. He merely gazed into the abyss of truth. I still have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Horikita sighed. I'll interrogate Kenzaki-kun about Ike later. Then she fixed me with a determined stare. I haven't given up on reaching Class A. I'll strengthen my entire class, drag your class down, and raise ours to the top. Prepare yourself. That's great. Excellent spirit. We'll gladly accept your challenge with everything we've got. I wanted to encourage her. Unfortunately, what came out was the Demon King's declaration. So you've finally recognized your own weakness. But it is arrogance for one crawling through the mud to believe merely raising their head will allow them to touch the heavens. Horikita's face instantly reddened with anger. Yet my mouth continued. Do your best to stretch out those pathetic hands and relieve my boredom. I did it again. Why does everything come out sounding like maximum level provocation? As I sweated internally, Hiyori quietly closed her book. Then, with her usual sweet voice, she delivered a translation from hell. It's good that you've finally acknowledged your incompetence in failing to lead your own class, but don't misunderstand and think that a little self-reflection will be enough to defeat Class A. We hope your pitiful struggles can at least entertain us. Hiyori. Horikita-san is going to explode. Just tell her I'm cheering for her. Aizen Sōsuke. Horikita's furious shout echoed through the library. In the next exam, I'll crush that arrogant nose of yours. Panicking, I tried to clear up the misunderstanding. Remember this well. No matter how strong your determination may be, mere sentiment can never slay the strong. Ayahawk. I was trying to say wait, you've got the wrong idea. Horikita's expression twisted even further. Then Hiyori delivered the finishing blow. Don't become conceited enough to think shallow resolve born from anger can defeat us. Barking beyond your station is unsightly. Hiyori Thigh. Why are you adding lethal poison on top of lethal poison? Her HP hit 0 ages ago. Wash your neck and wait for me. Looking like an enraged demon, Horikita stormed out of the library. Ayanokoji simply gave a small nod and followed after her. Aizen Sōsuke truly is terrifying. As he left the library, Ayanokoji's wariness deepened. To think he has completely brainwashed Ike and turned him into a pawn under his control. By imprinting those bizarre mannerisms onto him, he intentionally sealed away Ike's only strength, his communication skills. And now he's deliberately crushing Horikita's pride, provoking her, and placing even greater psychological pressure on her as though playing with her fighting spirit. The depths of that man remain impossible to measure. Completely unaware of Ayanokoji's severe misunderstanding, I watched the pair leave and buried my face in my hands. Why is Hiyori, who's normally so kind and gentle, so incredibly harsh only toward Horikita-san? I stared at the angel beside me as she smiled contentedly. Then a horrifying possibility occurred to me. Normally, Hiyori understands the true meaning behind my arrogant poetry and translates it kindly. But whenever it's Horikita-san, she translates it exactly as spoken and somehow adds extra poison. If her translation ability isn't malfunctioning, then could it be? Could the will of Aizen Sōsuke buried deep within my subconscious be intentionally provoking Horikita in order to push her toward greater heights, and Hiyori is perfectly interpreting that hidden ego? If that's true, then both my inner demon king's talent for character development and Hiyori's ability to understand it are absolutely terrifying. Is something wrong, Sōsuke-kun? You haven't turned a page in quite a while. Would you like to take a break and look for another book? The silence I share with you is exactly what I need right now. Desperately concealing the waterfall of cold sweat pouring down my soul, I put on a stylish smile and lowered my gaze to the book Hiyori had chosen for me. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, 2848 words. The Kiyaki Mall was bustling with students spending the weekend relaxing after a tiring week of classes. Together with Hiyori, I had come to the mall's large bookstore. Free from the savage battles between classes and the troublesome duties of the student council, this peaceful time spent with her was one of my greatest comforts. Ah, Sōsuke-kun. It looks like the new volume of that mystery novel I've been searching for is finally out. Hiyori happily hugged a paperback novel to her chest. Your pursuit of unexplored knowledge is truly admirable. As for me, I've just found an intriguing foreign classic. I showed her the hardcover novel I had picked up. Wow, it has such a beautiful cover. Fufu, once we've both finished reading them, let's lend them to each other again. I shall also partake in the fragments of truth your eyes uncover. While maintaining the outward appearance of a solitary demon king who loved knowledge, I nodded calmly. Hiyori is precious as always today. This simple, student-like exchange of lending books to each other is absolutely wonderful. After purchasing the books we wanted, we moved to a quiet cafe tucked away in a corner of the mall. We sat across from each other. I ordered black coffee, while Hiyori ordered a fragrant Darjeeling tea. As soon as the drinks arrived, she opened the novel she had just bought and immersed herself in its world. The gentle sunlight streaming through the window made her silver hair sparkle. Her slender white fingers turning the pages. Her focused gaze. The way her expressions changed so vividly in response to the story. This is perfect. Could time stop within this space alone? I could watch Hiyori's profile while she reads for hours. As I tilted my coffee cup, I desperately suppressed my inner excitement and enjoyed the peaceful afternoon. Then, as if to shatter that blissful moment, someone suddenly called out to us. Hello, Aizen-kun, Shina-san. You two are as close as ever. Hearing the familiar voice, I looked up. Standing there was Nazuna Asahina from the second year. Wearing her usual friendly smile, she stopped beside our table. Hiyori inserted a bookmark into her book, closed it, and stood up to bow politely. Hello, Asahina-senpai. I slowly raised my gaze and looked at her. What is it, Asahina? When I asked calmly, Asahina shrugged slightly and confirmed that no one was nearby before lowering her voice. It's actually about Miyabi. Ever since the mixed training camp, he's been acting really strange. I was wondering if you knew anything. Hearing her words, I inwardly nodded. If it's Asahina-senpai, who's always with him, then of course she'd notice such a drastic change. I placed my coffee cup back onto its saucer and answered with a poem-like evasion. Who knows? But if a bird that mistakenly believed it could rule the heavens were to glimpse the true height of the sky and realize the fragility of its own wings, then that would merely be the natural order of things. After listening to me, Asahina narrowed her eyes slightly and let out a small breath. So you really did do something to him. She had completely figured it out. Yet there was no anger in her eyes. If anything, she looked somewhat relieved. Miyabi was getting a little too full of himself. After becoming student council president, nobody could stop him anymore. I think he needed to be overwhelmingly defeated and broken somewhere along the way. Thank you. She's genuinely worried about Nagumo. She's a good person. She must have been concerned that he couldn't continue down that path forever. While inwardly admiring her sincerity, I quietly narrowed my eyes. Sorry for interrupting your date. See you later, you two. As Asahina turned to leave with a casual wave, I decided to offer one warning. Asahina. Tell that man this, even if a bird has fallen to the earth, so long as it does not violate the laws I have established, I have no intention of plucking out its wings. However, continuing to tremble in fear of the sky's height is exceedingly unsightly. His excessive fear merely stirs unnecessary disturbances in my garden. If he truly understands his own insignificance, then even a bluff will suffice. Let him at least pretend to fly as he always has. Asahina stopped in her tracks and turned around with a puzzled expression. Immediately, Hiyori smiled gently and provided her translation. He says, as long as he follows the warning I gave him, I won't do anything to him, so he doesn't need to be so afraid. If he keeps acting obviously terrified, it just makes everyone around him uncomfortable and creates unnecessary trouble. Tell him to go back to handling student council work normally like before. Ahaha, I see. I'll tell Miyabi exactly that. Thanks to Hiyori's perfect translation, Asahina immediately understood. She smiled brightly and finally left the cafe with a wave. After watching her depart, Hiyori chuckled happily. Sōsuke really is kind. To go out of your way to worry about Nagumo-senpai like that. No, that's not it, Hiyori. If the student council president stays in that broken state, my workload as vice president increases, and that's incredibly annoying. I need him functioning properly for the sake of my peaceful school life. Besides, if he's serious about his work, his administrative skills and leadership abilities are the real deal. Even an ant crawling upon the earth serves some purpose in maintaining my garden. If it ceases moving and withers away pitifully, it merely increases the burden of cleanup. Fufu, I suppose that's true. Hiyori accepted my poetic nonsense warmly and returned to her novel. As I finished the rest of my coffee, I silently prayed that this peaceful everyday life would continue for as long as possible. That evening, special building in a deserted corridor far removed from the students' usual bustle, the rhythmic sound of a cane echoed through the silence. The crimson glow of the setting sun stretched the shadows of two people facing each other. What do you want, Sakayanagi? The one who spoke in a heavy voice was Kohei Katsuragi. His sturdy stance and folded arms revealed both caution and tension. Opposite him stood Arisa Sakayanagi, holding her cane with both hands and smiling calmly. Surely you've already guessed why I asked you to meet me here. You want the students who still support me to formally submit themselves under your leadership. At Katsuragi's low response, Sakayanagi slowly shook her head. After the uninhabited island exam and the cruise ship exam during summer vacation, you had already fallen from power, and control of the class came into my hands. The civil war within Class B was settled long ago. However, she deliberately paused and looked directly into his eyes. The students who support you obey me on the surface, but they do not truly submit to me from the bottom of their hearts. Our class cannot yet be called completely united. You want me to persuade them? Katsuragi-kun, do you truly believe that this incomplete Class B can ultimately graduate as Class A? Of course it's possible. We have sufficient ability. Unfortunately, under the current circumstances, it is impossible. Her calm voice delivered reality without hesitation. There is Class A, perfectly united under Hanami Ichino's virtue. And above all else, there is Sōsuke Aizen, an absurd genius beyond reason. In our current state, we wouldn't even be able to put up a proper fight against them. You'd go that far? Certainly, that man is dangerous, but... During the mixed training camp, the boys' and girls' exams were held separately, so I entrusted you with leading the boys. In the end, both you and I achieved second place within our respective groups. Considering the presence of second and third-year students, that would normally be considered an excellent result. But Aizen was different. He was placed in a group largely composed of Class D students from the upper years, a clear disadvantage. Yet through overwhelming ability and charisma, he led the entire large group to victory. The difference in our ability to control the board is simply on another level. Sakayanagi smiled self-deprecatingly and lowered her gaze to her thin legs. Even though the red team lost during the sports festival, Class A itself still ranked first in the year. The only true defeat they've suffered was our victory in the paper shuffle exam. That's true. After that exam, I personally approached him because I wanted to see how he would react to his first defeat. But he wasn't worried in the slightest. If anything, he declared that even this defeat would become a catalyst for the class's evolution. And in reality, despite facing a class packed with academically specialized students like ours, they came within a hair's breadth of victory. Even that defeat was entirely within the palm of his hand. The mixture of enjoyment and faint frustration in Sakayanagi's voice caused Katsuragi to draw in a sharp breath. I cannot control everything alone. By myself I cannot defeat Class A while Aizen is there. She paused and then quietly bowed her head. I sincerely apologize for the many discourtesies I've shown you, Katsuragi-kun. Although it was all done to win our internal class struggle, I belittled your steady methods and even sabotaged your efforts. I am truly sorry. Apologizing to someone. Katsuragi's eyes widened in shock. The Sakayanagi who had always been praised as a genius and trusted only her own intellect was now openly acknowledging her mistakes and bowing her head. She, too, had grown. No longer merely an arrogant prodigy, but someone who had matured through fierce competition. It seems I'm more competitive than I realized. If defeating them requires it, then I can cast aside any amount of worthless pride. No, I think everyone already knows you're extremely competitive. Did you say something? At Katsuragi's muttered remark, Sakayanagi tilted her head innocently. In any case, I want us to join hands and unite the class completely. I want you to support Class B as my right-hand man. Smiling gently, she looked at him with complete sincerity. Bathed in the evening sunlight, Katsuragi closed his eyes and thought deeply. Then he opened them firmly. I understand. If you're willing to face your mistakes and reality to this extent, then I have no reason to remain stubborn. It's for the class. I'll cooperate with you, Sakayanagi. Thank you very much. However, I have one condition. You tend to favor high-risk strategies in pursuit of victory. If I judge one of your plans to be too dangerous, I will speak out against it. Allow me to become the stopper that prevents you from going too far. Hearing Katsuragi's steady, weighty words, Sakayanagi nodded with satisfaction. Yes, that's perfectly acceptable. My spear and your shield. Combining those two strengths is the minimum requirement if we hope to defeat Aizen and his class. The moment Katsuragi nodded firmly, the final traces of discord vanished. Class B became truly united. Sakayanagi's ability to oversee the entire board and Katsuragi's powerful leadership had joined forces. It was the birth of the strongest alliance capable of threatening Class A's throne. That night, lying on his bed in the darkness of his room, Kiyotaka Ayanokoji silently stared at the ceiling. The image occupying his thoughts was that man who had recently visited the school. His father. Before, when that man personally came to this school, it proved that Chabashira's threat had been a complete lie. I no longer have any obligation to aim for Class A. Freed from Chabashira's shackles, Ayanokoji had gained not only relief but certainty. At that time, I tested him with one question. Do you remember Sōsuke Aizen? The moment he heard that name, his expression twisted ever so slightly with unmistakable displeasure. Sōsuke Aizen had once been part of the White Room. Yet he had personally been expelled by Ayanokoji's father. The White Room's ideology was to create artificial geniuses through extreme education. A naturally born genius who transcended reason itself was an absolute anomaly that denied the institution's very purpose. That man would never use the genuine genius he discarded as a tool to retrieve me now. His father's reaction had made everything clear. The possibility that Sōsuke was a White Room agent was now completely zero. His presence at the school had nothing to do with his father's plans. Then what should I do from here? Next year, a genuine White Room operative would undoubtedly enroll as a first-year student under his father's direction. Should I ask Sōsuke for help against that threat? There's no guarantee he'd cooperate with me. Sōsuke was far too unpredictable. Touching him carelessly could easily bring disaster upon himself. Ayanokoji shifted his thoughts toward the current class conflict. I no longer need to aim for Class A. Then what about Class D's current situation? After the paper shuffle and the mixed training camp, Class D had clearly changed. Horikita had begun to stand on her own as a leader. Kushida and Hirata's leadership remained strong. And Koenji remained an absurdly powerful piece. The quality of their personnel was far from poor. Yet even so, defeating the current Class B or Class A is nearly impossible. The calculations were merciless. The class point gap was enormous. Furthermore, in terms of average academic ability, athletic ability, judgment, and overall quality, Class D was significantly inferior to both A and B. If he and Koenji acted seriously, they could compete in isolated special exams. But winning the broader class war through conventional means was impossible. And I can't use underhanded methods either. The school's system allowed attacks against other classes and exploitation of loopholes. At times, it almost seemed encouraged. However, Ayanokoji had noticed something while observing Sōsuke. Despite possessing overwhelming strength and intelligence, he stubbornly adhered to legitimate methods. He showed no signs of relying on dirty tricks. As long as such a person sat in the position of student council vice president, any dangerous tactics employed by Class D would be crushed completely by rules and logic. Class A isn't completely invulnerable. A silver-haired girl smiling beside Sōsuke appeared in his mind. Shina Hiyori. Sōsuke constantly spoke in poetic, incomprehensible language. Combined with his overwhelming presence, he should have been isolated within the class. Yet Hiyori perfectly understood the true feelings hidden behind his words and translated them into language everyone else could understand. Class A's ironclad unity and trust existed largely because she served as the lubricant holding everything together. If Hiyori Shina were expelled, the connection between Sōsuke and Class A could be severed, drastically weakening them. His mind immediately arrived at the coldest and most efficient route to victory. And immediately rejected it. That's the worst possible move. If he did such a thing, there was no telling how Sōsuke would respond. Until now, Sōsuke seemed to be voluntarily restricting himself to fair methods, almost as though it were a game. But if Hiyori were harmed, those restraints would disappear. To win no. To utterly destroy Ayanokoji he would abandon all mercy. Moreover, no matter how carefully the trap was laid, no matter how perfectly evidence was erased, fooling Sōsuke would be impossible. He would instantly discover Ayanokoji's involvement and retaliate without fail. The peaceful life Ayanokoji desired would be shattered into pieces. Conventional methods won't work. Underhanded methods invite retaliation. Targeting his weak point provokes his wrath. Then what do I do? Naturally, his thoughts began searching for the next move. His abilities were already partially known by Horikita, Sakayanagi, Ryuan, and the other class leaders. Continuing to hide behind the facade of incompetence would become increasingly difficult. And honestly, continuing to lose to Sōsuke one-sidedly isn't very interesting. If a single class could not reach Class A, then only a few strategies remained. I'll need to form an alliance and create a siege. However, involving Class B, the class currently closest to Class A, was unrealistic. Even if an alliance were possible, negotiations would require enormous concessions. That leaves Class C, whose interests align with ours in bringing down the higher-ranked classes. But can Ryuan and Horikita really cooperate honestly with each other? At that point, Ayanokoji suddenly came back to himself. He exhaled softly and closed his eyes. What am I even thinking about? All I wanted was a peaceful high school life. Now that Chabashira's threat was gone, he had no obligation to involve himself in class warfare. There was no need to create a complicated battlefield himself. He understood that logically. Yet the instincts carved deep into his subconscious continued searching for the optimal path to victory. Even while desiring peace, whenever a game board appeared before him, he could not help constructing strategies. Perhaps that contradictory nature was the greatest uncertainty awaiting him in the future. Chapter 58, 2192 words after school, student council room. In the student council room, after school, illuminated by the crimson hues of the setting sun streaming through the windows, Miyabi Nagumo sat alone in the president's chair, staring blankly into empty space. The ambition that had once shone brightly in his eyes was gone. The arrogant light that had looked down upon others had vanished as well. All that remained was deep despair, and the lingering residue of fear that refused to leave him. What am I doing? He noticed that his hands were trembling slightly without realizing it. That night during the mixed training camp, the existence known as Sōsuke Aizen, whom he had confronted in the darkness. That was not a being on the same level as a fellow high school student. He was a bottomless abyss against which Nagumo's petty logic held no meaning. His presence carried an overwhelming and absolute aura of death, as though his very life could be crushed at any moment. Just remembering it made his heart race, and cold sweat pour from his body. I will give this warning only once. If you ever do anything that dims even a fragment of her light, I will erase your entire little garden and your existence from this world without leaving a trace. The absolute terror he had felt that night flashed back through his mind, making his breathing shallow. His perfect strategy to expel Akane Tachibana had been seen through from the very beginning by Aizen and overturned as easily as a game board. More than anything, however, what had completely broken Nagumo's spirit was the look Horikita Manabu had given him. I thought you were a man who never lied when it came to competition, but it seems I was mistaken. If all you can do is drag others into your schemes and throw mud from outside the field of battle, then you are no longer worth facing. I will never accept your challenges again. It was complete rejection from the men he had once admired, sought to surpass, and sworn to drive into despair. Fear and hopelessness clogged his throat, and Nagumo gritted his teeth. At that moment Nagumo, thinking alone in the dark again. The door to the student council room opened. The familiar, easygoing voice belonged to Nazuna Asahina, his classmate and close friend. She looked at him with concern, yet warmth still filled her eyes. What do you want? Nagumo tried to sound normal, but exhaustion was evident in his voice. Nothing in particular. You've looked like an empty shell lately, so I thought I'd check on you. She stood in front of his desk and sighed. I ran into Aizen-kun and Shina-san at Kiyaki Mall earlier. I brought back a message for you. A message from Aizen? The moment he heard that name, his shoulders twitched. He said, as long as you follow the warning I gave you, I won't do anything. You don't need to be so afraid. If you're obviously trembling all the time, it just makes everyone around you uncomfortable and causes unnecessary trouble. Go back to doing your student council duties normally. For an instant, irritation flared within Nagumo. Who does he think he is? But the overwhelming pressure he had felt that night immediately resurfaced in his mind, and the irritation was swallowed by fear. Even his terror was nothing more than an annoying disturbance to that man. The enormous gap between himself and Aizen felt more obvious than ever, leaving him speechless. Watching him, Asahina smiled gently. I'm relieved. It's true that our class has come this far because of your abilities. If things continue like this, we'll definitely graduate as Class A. Your talent is real. She looked directly into his eyes. But if you'd stayed the same arrogant Nagumo who crushed anything that didn't go his way and made sure nobody could oppose him, I think something irreversible would have happened someday. Something irreversible. That's why I think it was actually good for you to experience such an overwhelming defeat while you're still a student. Her words slowly seeped into Nagumo's frozen heart. An overwhelming defeat, huh? He had been a frog in a well. A king ruling over a tiny garden without ever knowing how high the sky truly was. If he had never met the absurd existence known as Aizen and had entered society while still carrying that arrogance, what would have become of him? Nagumo inhaled sharply and looked at Asahina's kind smile. What was he supposed to do now? Hide in fear and stop moving forward. Slowly, Nagumo stood up and took a deep breath. That guy really thinks highly of himself. It was a complaint, but his voice no longer contained fear or bitterness. It sounded oddly refreshed. Maybe the day you beat Aizen-kun will never come. Shut up. Though, maybe you're right. Nagumo laughed self-deprecatingly and lowered his head toward her. I understand now. Sorry for making you worry, Asahina. I'll get back on my feet my own way. Her face immediately brightened with a radiant smile. That's the spirit, Nagumo. That night, I was lying on my bed flipping through a volume of classical literature when my smartphone vibrated briefly. Checking the screen, I saw that a new group chat had been created. The members were Manabu Horikita Akane Tachibana Hanami Ichinos. The creator was Miyabi Nagumo. Nagumo made a group with us. What's gotten into him? Frowning in confusion, I watched as a lengthy message appeared. Sorry for messaging so late. This is sudden, but could everyone spare some time tomorrow evening? I'd like to offer a proper apology in person for my actions up to now, including what happened during the mixed training camp. I've reserved a yakiniku restaurant at Kiyaki Mall. I hope you'll come. I stared at the screen and exhaled softly. Looks like Asahina-senpai's message helped him recover. Still, for someone as proud as Nagumo to organize an apology meeting himself. Asahina-senpai's counseling skills are terrifying. If Nagumo returned to functioning properly as student council president, it would mean less work for me as vice president. A win-win situation. Soon, Horikita-senpai replied. Understood. I'll be there. Tachibana-senpai and Ichinos quickly accepted as well. I added my own response. If food is being provided, then I shall grace the occasion with my presence. The following evening, the next night, we gathered in a private soundproof room at an upscale yakiniku restaurant in Kiyaki Mall. At the head of the table sat Horikita-senpai and Tachibana-senpai. Across from them sat Ichinos and me. Nagumo occupied the lowest seat. The moment everyone was seated, Nagumo stood and bowed deeply. Horikita-senpai. Tachibana-senpai. I sincerely apologize for trying to unfairly force Tachibana-senpai's expulsion during the mixed training camp. His earnest voice echoed through the silent room. It was a level of sincerity unimaginable from the old Nagumo. Tachibana's eyes widened in shock, while Horikita quietly closed his eyes and listened. Raise your head, Nagumo. Nagumo slowly looked up. If you've recognized your mistake and can lower your head like this, then let's put the past behind us. Tachibana, you agree? I really don't mind anymore. Please lift your head, Nagumo-kun. Relief spread across Nagumo's face. But he wasn't finished. Turning toward Ichinos and me, he bowed again. Ichinos. I apologize for all the interference and obstruction I've caused during student council activities and special exams. And Aizen. Even if it was to shake you, threatening to expel Shina Hiyori, someone precious to you, was unforgivable. I'm truly sorry. The instant those words left his mouth, the atmosphere froze. The voice came from Ichinos. This was the first time she had learned that Hiyori had been targeted. The bright smile that normally shone like the sun disappeared from her face. Slowly standing, she looked down at Nagumo with cold anger. Nagumo-senpai. You were planning to expel Hiyori-chan. It was a foolish plan. There are things that can be forgiven and things that can't. Targeting Hiyori-chan just to bring down Aizen-kun. I absolutely cannot accept such a despicable method. It was quiet fury. The absolute rejection of a leader protecting a cherished classmate. Nagumo could only bite his lip in silence. Ichinos is genuinely furious. Considering how much she cares about her friends, that's not surprising. But pushing Nagumo any further won't accomplish anything. Guess it's my turn to calm things down. Remaining seated, I recited one of my stylish poems. Ichinos. There is no need to continue whipping a defeated man whose fangs have already been broken, and whose head hangs low. Aizen-kun. If he has willingly offered his neck and acknowledged his own insignificance, then let us grant forgiveness in light of his pitiful state. Translation: It's okay, Ichinos. He's reflected on his actions and promised never to touch Hiyori again. Let's forgive him. Nagumo looked irritated for a split second at my overwhelmingly condescending speech, but managed to suppress it. Even he understood that opposing me now would only prevent his recovery. Ichinos seemed to understand my real meaning. After puffing out her cheeks slightly in dissatisfaction, she finally sat back down. If Aizen-kun says so, then all right. Watching the exchange, Horikita smiled faintly. It seems all grievances have been settled. Since we're here, let's focus on the future instead of dwelling on past mistakes. Nagumo, you're paying tonight, correct? Thank you all for coming. It's my treat, so please eat as much as you want. Thanks to Horikita's perfect intervention, the atmosphere immediately relaxed. Expensive cuts of meat were ordered in bulk and brought to the table. Naturally, I seized the tongs and took position by the grill. Only meat baptized by flame can reclaim the brilliance of life. Allow me to adorn your plates with the finest cooking. Translation: I'll handle the grilling. Eat as much as you like. Skillfully placing meat on the grill, I flipped each piece at precisely the right moment. Then I slid perfectly cooked premium short ribs onto Horikita-senpai's and Tachibana-senpai's plates. Here, Tachibana. Aizen grilled it for you. Eat before it gets cold. Thank you, Horikita-kun. And thank you too, Aizen-kun. Tachibana happily took a bite. A bit of sauce ended up on her lips, and Horikita casually handed her a napkin, subtly encouraging her to wipe it off. Watching from my front row seat, I internally lost my mind. Aya Iyawa. So precious. Tachibana-senpai looks so happy. Horikita-senpai is still doing his dense protagonist routine, but those little acts of kindness hit Tachibana-senpai's heart directly. Hang in there, Tachibana-senpai. I'll support your romance with everything I've got. Outwardly, I maintained the image of a cool, expressionless vice president quietly grilling meat. Internally, I had transformed into an overenthusiastic fan waving glow sticks. Ichinos had completely recovered from her earlier anger, and was happily devouring the meat I grilled. It's delicious. Even Nagumo gradually returned to normal as Horikita drew him into conversations about student council work. The meal continued peacefully. Eventually, as only a few pieces of meat remained on the grill, Nagumo spoke seriously. Horikita-senpai. I don't intend to abandon the principles I've always believed in. I still think capable people deserve special privileges. I still want a school where talented individuals trapped in lower classes can earn privileges through their own ability. His words no longer carried arrogance. Only conviction. However, I won't involve unrelated people just to show off my power anymore. I won't use forceful methods that create unnecessary expulsions. From now on, I'll prove my ideals within the framework of fair meritocracy. It was a declaration worthy of a true student council president rather than a dictator. Horikita nodded approvingly. You've finally become a student council president in the truest sense. Thanks to Aizen, you've grown considerably. Then Horikita turned toward me and lowered his head. Thank you for helping Nagumo open his eyes. I can now confidently leave the future of the student council to you too. Aizen-kun, thank you so much. Tachibana joined him in gratitude. No, no, no. I only got angry because Nagumo tried to target Hiyori and accidentally dropped a full black coffin-level intimidation spell on him. I wasn't trying to educate anyone. And Horikita-senpai's opinion of me just went up again. Sweating internally, I nevertheless puffed out my chest and took a sip of black oolong tea. Your gratitude is unnecessary, Manabu. I merely polished a clouded mirror. The one who looked upon his own reflection and chose to rise again was Nagumo himself. I glanced toward Nagumo and smirked. But do not forget, Nagumo. Beyond the sky you gazed upon, I shall always remain seated at its summit. See that you never drag those wings through the mud again. Translation: I'm glad you reflected on yourself and got back on your feet. Let's work together in the student council from now on. But if you ever target my friends again, I won't forgive you. This time, Nagumo did not become angry. Instead, he simply nodded. With unwavering determination. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.